Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, happy time zone, everybody. This is Road to Dusk. You can call me Road, Dusk, anything that you would call a friend. I am a dream usher, so I focus a lot on the sleep, dream, and the imagination in order to help create an environment where we can focus on introspecting on ourselves to help create a better environment, a better tomorrow, and a better self. Give me just a moment to switch scenes. I am only doing like my PNG tonight, just because today is going to be a very calm kind of day. We're going to be returning to form with just drawing and art, so it's going to be a very chill time. And what's even more fun is the fact that it is commissions that I'm going to be working on, which I'm super excited about. So yeah, for those that do not know, the friend that will be accompanying me later on in this stream is going to be Selene Heidlman. You know her, I know her. Absolute sweetheart. Absolute joy to have around. And yeah, so before we get too deep into working on on these commissions and such, I do want to give a massive thank you to everyone for yesterday, because holy shit, we got to over 150 folks like watching and following my streams. I seriously got to thank you guys for that, because that means that we hit the goal to get to the Project Diva Nuzlocke. Now, I'm not the one who made this idea. Blake the nerd made this idea rather recently, and he's been working on this for a good while. But given the fact that I like Project Diva, I like rhythm games, and I've done playthroughs of Project Diva in the past, I figured that this will be a pretty fun way to have some sort of content that's kind of competitive, kind of not, to kind of see me suffer. Speaking of suffering, we have a new goal up top since we got to the goal for the Project Diva Nuzlocke. What we have up here is to get to 175 followers. And this will garner a hot sauce Q&A. So, that means that I will be having a relatively open Q&A at some point, and when there is a question that I do not want to answer and something that I deem too spicy, I will have a chicken nugget, or maybe even like a fried pickle, like a breaded pickle, and have a dollop of hot sauce that is like, and the level of heat will garner the level of spice to the question. So, if that's something that you guys want to see, if you guys really want to see me suffer, spread the word and get me to 175 followers, and I'll start figuring out when that's going to happen. Because I got 12 vials. I got 12 vials of different types of hot sauce. So, like, if y'all want to see me suffer, I got the shit so y'all can see me suffer. And I'm ready to suffer. Yeah. Do know that this will be the last week, this will be the last stream for this week, just because I am going to be out of town this weekend, and I also just want to do a lot more to support my fiance, which I do have some news for that, for those that are in the chat. For those that do not know, for those that are not part of my Discord, which I highly recommend that you be part of my Discord, do know that, like, my streams, they are 18 plus, so you do have to be an adult, all that jazz, and also be sure that you have verified that you've read the rules within 10 minutes of hopping in, or else one of my lovely, lovely bots will temporarily boot you. But with that said, my fiance, Top Hat, as many of you may know, has been promoting that he is going to be returning to streaming, and this time he is actually going to be getting into streaming, making his own game. Hey, ooh, Agate, heck yeah, turn 18, just turned 18 yesterday. Hey, Tiny, thanks so much for the sub. 4 months in a row, let's go. Hope you've been feeling okay, hon. I know that you're taking a hiatus so that you can focus on your health, but I hope that things have been getting on the up and up. But yeah, okay. Zero, the agate. So since we're at that threshold, you can hop in. You're good to go. But yeah, so my fiance on Sunday at 2 Eastern, somewhere around that ballpark, uh, he is getting back into streaming, and on Sunday he is going to be streaming him troubleshooting and working on his own game. So give me a quick sec to find his info so that I can shout him the fuck out so that y'all can mass follow him. Maybe get him to 50 before he even starts. Let me see if I can find him. Come on, where is your name? Lag, not lag. On the stage, it says I'm bored and lag sucks. Oh, go for it. Oh, come on. As I'm trying to find... Aha! Found it. The Top Hat Gamer 618. Go give him some love. Please be sure to go give him some love, because I'm going to be giving him love and supporting him in the shadows while he's streaming. It says I'm unable to accept the invite. Weird. Okay. That is weird. Let me create a new link. So, let me generate a new link for you guys for this stream. So let's try that link. I don't know why it's being iffy like that, because I set the link that is in that command to be like never ending. So I don't get why it's being iffy. Anyway, hope that link works out for you. But yeah, please, still unable. Weird. That is incredibly weird. It might be the thing that you are using. It might be whatever phone or whatever that you're using, because I had a similar thing. My tablet, which is like an older iPad model, wasn't registering. But when I went to my computer or went to my phone, which are newer models, it worked. So, let me double check if I have DMs with you. I do not actually, or I don't think I do, because, yeah, I'm trying to, I think I may have accidentally deleted our DMs at some point, but that's super weird. Yeah, that is, like, incredibly weird. I don't get why that's not wanting to work.
Mine is a newer gen tablet Galaxy Tab S7, and you should, as we did, used to talk, and let me try getting it.
Yeah, I think probably those DMs were accidentally deleted on my end. Hold on, let's try and set you up with like hopping in the right spot. I mean, that looks like the same. That looks like the same strain, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, so at least for my streams, get ready for next week to be quite a ball of fun. Actually, I do have some news for you guys. But that is more something that someone else in my friend group, I want them to be able to promote that first, considering they are the hostess. So, yeah. But enough with the dilly-dally. I guess let's hop into drawing. And tonight, we are working on some commissions. You guys may recognize this face. It is a Selene. And need to get the color palette down before I go too far. Huh? I really hope that everyone's been doing okay, by the way. Has there been anything in y'all's lives? Eventful, uneventful? How was y'all's holidays? If you guys haven't been around for a while, um, anything that you guys want to talk about? Excited about anything? Got any birthdays?
Food poisoning Sunday, Monday.
Oh, food poisoning. Yikes. I'm sorry. Hopefully it won't be super bad. Yeah, there's...
It's fine, I'm doing better now after a few days. Body still hates me though.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, food poisoning is never really that fun. So I really hope that clears up soon, cause yikes. Food poisoning is never fun.
What program do you use for your digital art?
So, good question. So I am using Procreate, and I am using a program called Air Server to basically turn my computer into a an AirPlay output. Well, technically input, but whichever, so that I can let you guys see what I'm drawing. Because normally, if there's been a thing with older models for iPads lately to where they really struggle to um, that they really struggle with trying to show anything and stream anything by themselves. You have to give it a little oomph. So yeah, that's all kinds of fun. Also, I hope that you guys can hear me okay, that
And
this
I
music
found
is
the
okay.
DM I sent a text in it.
Oh! Aha! Alright, there we go. Thank you, Scarlett. Alright. Now I need to get the colors for her shawl.
Oh, this is on a tablet. I thought you were using a computer with a graphics tablet. We use Clip Studio Paint usually.
Yeah, I kind of switch between using Clip and Procreate. I've also been getting ready to just switch to, I believe it was Kirita or Krita that people have been talking about lately, because with Clip Studio switching to a subscription-based model super soon, it's just making the flexibility and ability for like people with formerly lifetime subscriptions, lifetime license keys to these programs, just not being able to have the stuff that they had anymore. Very similar to how YouTube decided to do the whole, hey, we're going to take away your ability to download music or download our videos for you to watch in your own time. And we're going to take away all this other stuff, and we're going to turn it into something that you have to pay for in order to have access to it again. You have to pay for accessibility and pay for your nostalgia. It's like, how about no? And unfortunately, these aren't the first companies that are doing this kind of crap, and it's not the last. Wondershare Filmora has recently been called out for migrating to a subscription-based model where they almost, I say, and they would have gotten away with it too if not for the backlash. They almost basically told everyone with lifetime license keys.
Still trying to figure out the coloring aspect of digital. It's hard switching from traditional to digital for mid.
No, that's fair. That's very fair. When you're so used to one medium, it's hard to transfer to another medium. I mean, it's no different than even like switching from like color pencils to markers. like for traditional art. But yeah, back on the topic of programs and such. Wonder Show Filmora was recently called out for trying to migrate to a subscription-based model that would have left their folks with lifetime licenses in the dust and forced to have to get subscription based licenses, which thankfully now the little bit of a win.
YT Premium used to be called YouTube Red. Back then it was a lot better due to only having one ad at the start.
Yeah. So with the Filmora spiel, they tried to make people with lifetime subscriptions and lifetime licenses have to pay basically a year, like yearly, because they would
with acrylic
set
been using gouache
updates.
Lately we were unaware Clip was doing that. Our partner uses Krita.
Krita, thank you. That was it. And yeah, with YouTube Premium, it used to be called YouTube Red. They were really trying to experiment with making their own platform for like their own special content, and unfortunately, it kind of failed because they didn't really know how to advertise it for themselves. And now, viewers and people that like YouTube and like what it was, like it for the nostalgia, are paying the consequences of the company's own actions, because now they're having extremely strict and stricter becoming policies in regards to what content can be made on there. And it is concerning. People have been I have heard talk of like folks contemplating having to find like a different video platform for archiving, like for a while, even before all this. So yeah. All kinds of crazy. All kinds of fun. Gotta get her arms. Oh, we have a Selene!
We do indeed.
How you doing, hon?
Well, I mean, I've got some poutine, and I've got something to drink, and I'm here watching you do some art.
I lost
so
track
it's
archiving videos
hard to
from
argue
where.
with any of that, really.
I've just gone to YT Red due to all the ads, me being sick of needing to have ads when
How are
listening to
you doing,
music
though,
on
Red?
YT Music, etc.
I'm doing alright. And, so, lost track. Archiving videos from where? So, the whole chaos with YouTube's newest policies has made some people contemplate having to find a different video platform to set, like, their Twitch VODs. And so, and yeah, I get that yeah, I have YouTube Premium as well in order to get rid of the ads, because unfortunately they've just become more and more invasive.
I mean, I still handle it through the traditional ad-supported version. I don't usually mind too much.
Yet also, hey Selene.
Honestly, it's kind of interesting to see what YouTube's algorithm does for experimenting with trying to advertise to me.
Yeah.
I sometimes like to experiment a little bit and complain very loudly in Discord, specifically text channels.
We have premium.
If I don't like the adverts that I'm seeing.
Just release?
And lo and behold, if I've done that, YouTube switches algorithms. And the adverts dramatically change in terms of content and what they're trying to advertise to me.
And so, Mists, the new policy that YouTube has is specifically for content creators that you cannot have any kind of curse word, excluding damn or hell, within the first 8 to 15 seconds of your video. And there's some other ones in relation to, like, censoring what you're able to say within a certain amount of time. God, I read this damn thing. I read the policy. I read it like a week ago, and now it's already a haze in my brain. How
For a
dare.
little bit of fun,
Also, Rose,
shall
what
I
were you
read
using
the
to make
terms of
drawings
service
again?
here on Twitch?
I mean, go for it.
All right.
Oh, so Scarlet,
Let's,
I am currently using Procreate on the iPad and other Apple devices.
Okay, and this is specifically YouTube's terms of service?
Yes, this
or...
is YouTube's most recent update to their TOS in relation to content
Damn it,
creators.
I don't have an Apple.
Okay.
Like content creators and like making content and such.
All
3
right.
Raiders.
Well,
Oh! Arb! Arb!
33 just raided the
Hi,
channel.
hi!
Welcome,
Hope you're
Raiders.
doing well.
Me
Need to give
neither.
you a shout out super quick. Oh, thank you, Selene.
naturally. Honestly, why do you keep
Hi,
a
hi.
mod if you never expect me to do anything?
Because I thought that you were hyper focused on trying to
Well,
find
I do
the
have an Apple, but
YouTube
not the
TOS.
electronic version.
So I didn't want to I didn't want to separate you from that goal.
Oh, well, and I appreciate that, but I'm not certain which... Like, YouTube has about 6 different terms of service in the US alone. So, let's see here. Alright, so are you talking specifically about your content and conduct?
We have neither kind
Or
of Apple.
is this maybe the community guidelines that you're thinking of, rather than the terms of service?
I don't remember the name of it, but I do remember one of the very first prompts of it was you can no longer like swear or have any suggestive. You cannot swear, use any curse words outside of damn or hell, with varying flexibility on those two words within the first 8 to 15 seconds of a video. You cannot have any guns, you cannot have any kind of weaponry. No blood, no viscera, no gore. Not even for like a comedic sense. I do remember those being part of like the latest update to YouTube's
I prefer my
terms of
Samsung
service.
products TBH a lot
Oh my
easier to
goodness.
use for me.
So, first of all, that's likely to be the community guidelines. Second, their community guidelines is a list of, what is that? 11, 14, 17, 18, 20, 22 different individual page links. However, I'm guessing the one that you're most referencing is the vulgar language policy. The safety of our creators, viewers, and partners is our highest priority. We look to each of you to help us protect this unique and vibrant community. It's important you understand our community guidelines and the role they play in our shared responsibility to keep YouTubers safe. Take the time to carefully read the policy below. You can also check this page for a full list of our guidelines. Some language may not be appropriate for viewers under 18. If you find content that violates this policy, report it. Instructions for reporting violations of our community guidelines are available with a link. If you found a new a few videos or comments you would like to report, you could instead report the channel. If you're posting content, explicit content that violates this policy could result in age restriction, content removal, or a strike. We may consider the following factors when deciding whether to age restrict, remove content, or issue a strike: use of sexually explicit language or narratives, use of excessive profanity in the content, use of heavy profanity or sexually suggestive terms in the content's title, thumbnail, or associated metadata, use of excessive sexual sounds.
I think
Note that the above list isn't
Sorry,
complete.
not meaning to cut you off. I think I just remembered it may have been in relation to monetization. I'm pretty sure it was in relation to monetization.
Alright, let's see what I can find for YouTube's monetization policies. March 10th, 2022 is the most recent update to that I see.
Nah, this news and like this recent update was like within the past week and a half.
Alright, let's see what I can find for news articles on it then.
Also, Ash, our thank you everyone that has hopped in. Sorry y'all came in at this kind of conversation.
Okay. Yeah, it linked. So the first news article that I found linked to be right back there.
Like this is like very new. Like a lot of content creators have even been commenting and criticizing it.
Interesting.
So it may have been that like I haven't heard anything about this, but possibly that update was taken down because of backlash and YouTube is going to revise it? Question mark?
All right. Well, I did manage to find exactly one article on this.
Okay.
Although this says it's a November guideline on violence, profanity, and swear words. Let's see, how old is this? No, but this is from yesterday.
Oh, from yesterday? Okay.
He's trying to find. Oh. There's an answer. Okay. Upcoming and recent ad guideline updates. This page provides an overview of the upcoming and recent ad guideline updates for our advertiser-friendly content guidelines. Learn more at this link. Updates from the past 3 months. And then it starts in November of 2022 here. We've updated our guidelines to include both clear language specific guideline changes and changes to ad suitabilities. See below for impacted guidelines as well as non-exhaustive examples of what is changing. Adult content, thumbnails, titles, and videos containing sexualized text such as links or the phrase 18 plus, obscene language, images such as real or animated minimally covered butts, audio such as sharing sexual tips or working experiences, and gratifying acts, such as animal mating or implicit sexual acts, may not receive ad revenue. Policy enforcement around classical arts depicting sexual activities, sensual dancing, sexual education without intent to arouse audiences remain unchanged and may receive ad revenue. Violence. Non-graphic dead bodies presented without any context. Game violence directed at a real named person or acts that are manufactured to create shocking experiences, such as brutal mass killing, implied moment of death, such as bombing a building with people inside, may not receive ad revenue. Standard gameplay where gory injuries are present after the first 8 seconds, non-graphic tragedies in their aftermath, such as the footage of a town flooded, or police seizures as a part of law enforcement may still receive ad revenue.
See, there's a very good rebuttal to that, given the fact that ask a mortician, who is a mortician and does a lot of historical content and educational content in regards to death and carcasses and such, has been talking regularly how with the stricter YouTube policies, even before this most recent restriction, she's been getting wrongfully demonetized with claims that her content, which is educational, is unnecessarily gratifying death and wounds and all this. She's had to fight several times, and it's cost her a lot of money in order for her to get the monetization on her content back. And it's why a lot of folks on YouTube have had to use Patreon and other things like that in order to have money in the first place, because YouTube won't even, like, when they say a thing in what they consider like monetizable and not monetizable, they're not even going off of their own definitions.
Yeah, and I mean, picking specifically non-graphic dead bodies as something that may not receive ad revenue, I mean, as you pointed out, Ask a Mortician is one of the places where you expect that. What if their algorithm picks up something like a philosophy tube in heavy makeup as a non-graphic dead body? Are we no longer allowed to have zombies, even if they're particularly cartoonish?
Mm-hmm.
The terms that they've provided here are excessively broad, and that's just with violence and harmful acts. Um, and I find it interesting, though, that they are specifically saying police seizures as part of law enforcement may receive ad revenue. But that doesn't necessarily list things like, say, somebody showing George Floyd being kneeled on. Is George Floyd still alive or dead at the time that this particular clip was taken? Well,
Right, and it's like even
who's to
then,
say?
if people also wanted to hypothetically post a recording like in relation to police brutality, massive trigger warning since we're going into this topic. If people were to like, if a large content creator was trying to spread the word on police brutality and shared a clip that someone else had made in regards to like recording police brutality, but that is being demonetized because of quote unquote violence in that regard, which that has happened in the YouTube algorithm before, what's YouTube's excuse then?
Well, they might not have to provide one. Holding something like Google accountable for things is a very difficult process. It does touch briefly on harmful or dangerous acts, where minors are participants or victims, may not receive ad revenue. That's kind of fair, actually. Sensitive events, they are moving anything related to drug trade organizations and foreign terrorist organizations as harmful or dangerous acts rather than sensitive events, and otherwise leaving the section functionally the same, according to their summary here. With respect to inappropriate language, our approach to profanity is changing. All varieties of profanity are now treated equally, meaning they are not differentiated based on levels of severity, for example, light, moderate, strong, or extreme, and we are not treating hell and damn as profanity anymore. Therefore, profanity used in title, thumbnails, or the video's first seconds or used consistently throughout the video may not receive ad revenue. Profanities used after the first 8 seconds may receive ad revenue. Our position on not monetizing content with profanity throughout or comprising the majority of the video is not changing. So that's worrying to me.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest
Because-
reasons on why content creators are getting very iffy right now.
Well, what happens when somebody decides transphobe is a slur? Or TERF is a slur? And now suddenly anything that starts to
That's
investigate...
meant to be informative.
Yeah, they are meant to be informative. But there has been a push for people to try and protect themselves from being branded as TERFs. You know, not that TERF Island exists or anything. Sorry to my friends who don't necessarily need to hear some of that. But there are plenty of words that could be treated as profanity and are not necessarily harmful or are being used in a reclaimed fashion. Queer, for example, was a word that was used at least in the 90s with excessive violence behind it.
And you could argue...
only...
Sorry, not meaning to cut you off.
It's only over the last decade or so that we've been able to reclaim that word and use it as a title for the community without causing harm to the members.
And unfortunately, like in regards to reclaimed words, it can be argued that not enough of the community, considering how wide and international the LGBTQIA2 Spirit Plus community is, there aren't really as many people as we think that have reclaimed the word queer. And like, because that's one thing that I had to realize also, like when I was doing a LGBTQIA2 Spirit Plus history class as an elective, which, can we just say real quick that the fact that a minority's history is an elective rather than a necessary course should say something.
Or part of history to begin with. I mean, why single out minorities instead of just making their story part of the natural history? But go on, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah. When I had asked, like, we had to interview some elderly members of the community that were in our area. And this was also, like, at the beginning of COVID, so everything was virtual and done with video. I had asked, like, I had asked because they had like the two people that we had for class at the time were two elderly lesbians. And first off, we could also say that lesbian is starting to be used as a slur again, hence why some people now use the term sapphic. But that's a different spiel. I had asked, not knowing how much of a gravity the word has, how there are some folks of the younger generations that have reclaimed words such as queer. What are your thoughts on that? And I did not. The reason why I say is that I said that I did not realize the gravity is because I could see that I had accidentally triggered those people that we had interviewed that came to our class. And they said, rather matter of factly, they do not understand the privilege that younger generations have of being able to reclaim a word that they do not have the trauma to. And that is something that really took me aback. And I feel like that's something that a lot more people in our communities need to understand. So, like, the assumption of, like, we have enough people reclaiming a word, so let's just use it. We don't realize how many people within our community, the trailblazers of our community, that we are leaving behind.
Well, and that is a fair point. And as I pointed out, for myself, I grew up with the word meaning one thing and see it in continuous use meaning something very different. So for me, I can't claim all of the trauma that somebody who was 10 years my senior would have developed. And it strikes me that you mention elders within the queer community because, I mean, by some people's standards, I would be considered an elder, which is terrifying because that implies our life expectancy is not particularly long.
Yeah.
But
For context, the folks that we interviewed, like, they were talking about their experiences from the 30s and 40s. They were in their
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's so, like I said, that this has been something that's shifted within the last 10 to 15 years. And that even when I was a teenager and young adult, that it was still a significant thing. I think being able to understand those shifting tides and adjust a language policy based around it is important. Removing all forms of severity treats somebody who is, say, well-intentioned as you were, and who doesn't have the experience of this trauma because it's largely shifted away culturally, at least with regards to this particular bit of language. That is something that could have been demonetized not because you were attempting to hurt people or attack the community or even had an understanding of this could be a problem, but instead we're speaking in what is not only common parlance but is not particularly offensive parlance with the way you were using it. It troubles me that we would have all of these things treated as equal. The same sort of hate speech that would come with spewing something anti-Semitic or
Right.
actually using a slur, words that I don't intend to use here because
Not even for an example, because that just feels wrong.
yeah, it does. It absolutely feels wrong. And I think we should be allowed to say that. But we should also be allowed to say that as things change, there would need to be a more transparent way of reviewing and a more graded system for that. It doesn't make sense to me that we would have a lack of ability to differentiate rather than allowing for that gradation. But my bet would be that this is in response to some people who have levied criticisms over the arbitrary nature of what is severe versus not severe. So it's I can kind of see where their logic might have been, but I don't like the implications that this brings, for sure.
Right, and you're saying this, like, bringing the subject back to the YouTube monetization stuff.
Yes, and that was actually where I was trying to keep the focus as much as I could with this particular piece,
Right.
because, boy, you and I both have enough ranks in linguistics to go off on some deeply weird tangents.
Oh, yeah.
And this is not scratched the surface of where I suspect we could go if we wanted to dive into the nature of language, reclaimed words, and profanity, and the shifting nature of profanity over time. Because, Hell's Bells is no longer considered a particularly onerous form of swearing, but boy, there was a time where that could have gotten you some serious squinty eyes from the Church Muffins group.
I do want to check in with my chat super quick. I know you guys have been talking amongst yourselves. Is this topic okay? Do we need to shift? How are you all doing? Because I also turned TTS off so that I could better focus.
In fact, let's see. There's a bunch of talking about drawing tablets.
Yeah. All right, the myths say I think it's fine. I did say some stuff related to the topic. True. I do see that. We remember when certain words were used derogatively towards the LGBTQIA2+ community. It's also interesting when you look at words from different cultures and what they mean. For instance, look at what they call cigarettes in the UK and England.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one there too. And I've used a bundle of sticks as a euphemism for pointing out that people have the ability to hurt others with their words. And again, I'm trying to keep these references oblique here because I think there is still a lot of harm that can come from using current examples. So I like the way that Mists have taken it to kind of avoid some of the direct referencing while still giving people a general picture. But yeah, it is also interesting that, some words, I know there's one that Australians are rather famous for that starts with C, and which is not used in polite society in many other parts of the world.
Right,
but when an Australian says it, it's typically taken with the level of severity that is expected.
Yeah, it's seen, at least a lot of the time, it's the severity of that word is so much more contextually based, whereas in a lot of other English-speaking areas, like, that word just always has a very vitriolic severity.
It does. It really does. And I love that the emoji that you're working on as we discuss this is the shrug emoji.
Yeah.
Like, it's just... This is exactly what we need. So, I'm really glad I switched back over to looking at what your stream's doing, because, boy, this is about how I'm going to have to round things out here.
I'm sorry. Alrighty.
Also, your hot sauce has an ampersand encoding embedded in it.
Yeah, because Streamlabs is weird with... When I typed the ampersand, it adds the extra .amp. A lot of programs do that because they actually do not know how to properly code the ampersand.
I mean, you could try using...
the word "and", so that it doesn't look wonky.
Well, okay, yes, that as well. I was going to say use the %hex code encoding for it and see if that causes a difference.
Oh, I keep forgetting about the hex code.
Yes, but that's okay. In all honesty, the more time that goes between you having to remember the hex codes exist and you actually using them, that's a better world,
right?
As far as I'm concerned.
That's fair.
Well, and character encodings are such a mess too. that they've, originally were not only very Eurocentric, but America-centric. That it's something that, like the ASCII encoding does not include any accents. You cannot correctly write large portions of the French language using an ASCII keyboard.
No, you really can't.
So,
like, you could barely get away with like writing German and like a lot of Germanic languages because of the umlauts. But
well, and the
yeah,
and the thorn, but shout out to the Scandinavian Germanic languages.
that just made me think of the one flippin' song. Oh, you ain't got the I.
Size Matters is actually what that song is called.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, wow. Could you imagine if somebody did a bardic inspiration to have you sing that now? Somebody with maybe an extra 1,000 points to burn.
Selene?
What? I didn't say I'm going to do it.
Your tone gives it away, honey.
Fine. Oh, excuse me. Just a sec.
Oh, all good. Oh! Wait, Transgender Garfield, thanks a bunch for the follow. Nice to have you in. Thanks for popping in. Wonder if you popped in during like the height of like just the linguistic conversation that's been going on. Also, Noctis. See, another example is we have a book from a history class which contains a slur in the title, which you wouldn't even know was one. But it's a slur specific to South Africa. Oh.
Well, now that's interesting.
That is interesting.
And I'm suddenly reminded that I don't actually know much about the South African dialects at all.
Neither do I.
Oh no. Our linguistics experience has been colonized.
Damn it, why'd you have to put it that way? I mean, you're not wrong, unfortunately, though, and I have so many arguments in regards to my opinion that how English is used today is inherently classist, elitist, ableist, and colonistic in nature. And hooey.
Yeah, that's... So first of all, I do agree with you. Second, I'm pretty sure that technically could be used as like a dissertation paper because it's such a... It's an extensive excuse me, a topic. There are so many layers of nuance to it that it's like, this is a pain to explain to people in a lot of cases.
Mm-hmm. Anyone who speaks only English would probably read it out, not knowing that they were using this. Oh, continuing with the book. Being vague because we were told not to say it by the professor. It starts with a K.
You know, I am okay with not reading out slurs on Rhodes Twitch.
Yeah. No, I'm perfectly fine with it. Like, I have said... I will admit, like, one time on a stream when I was mentioning a debate that was going on between Ocean Keltoy and a anti-theist YouTuber and content creator, Vosh, I did mention to, like, try to rebut Vosh's points that he would make in those arguments, considering I am part of one of many disabled communities that are able to reclaim this certain word. I did say that word in regards to the example of, like, just because I am part of a community that is able to reclaim that word doesn't mean that I have the ability to call everyone that is of the same community or communities as me under that same word that I have reclaimed, because not everyone is going to reclaim it.
Yeah, and it's. Oh, I guess one of the questions that I then have regarding the word that we are not going to try and suss out exactly what it is was that an intentional act by the author or the person creating the title for this piece? Because that could be done as a form of protest initially, and hopefully become an interesting footnote later on rather than an actual attack upon a community.
Mm-hmm.
But I question whether or not that would work. I mean, how many books could no longer be discussed simply because we've decided to remove all potential for upset? I think being able to classify things properly as being educational or not is an important piece.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mists is clarifying that the book was written by someone who probably would have used it to attack a community rather than to raise an interesting political discourse around the word and its application.
Wait, he was
So,
one of them
thank you
who
for
would
the
have the
clarification,
slur.
Mists.
He was one of them who would have the slur used against him.
Yep. Oh, gotcha. So I read that completely backward. My apologies. That he was one of the people who would be targeted by such a word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was at a community who the slur. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, sorry, Mists. I didn't mean to misrepresent your words there at all. Also, those were some very wonky-looking glasses frames for a moment there.
Yeah, no, I'm getting it worked out.
Oh no, I have no doubt that you would. It just looked like somebody had punched me for shrugging with a smug smile on my face.
It's like just shrugging with a black eye, like, it is what it is.
Oh heck. I can both see that and kind of don't want to see it. It's in my head now, so thank you for that, Road.
Sorry, not sorry.
I've yeah. You know, we'll just roll with things as they are for now.
Yeah.
Oh my. So I'm trying to remember, did we have an actual plan for me coming on here beyond, it being present and providing additional sound as you work on your task here?
Not quite, although I did recently hear that Sherlock Holmes is now part of the public domain.
I was not aware that it wasn't.
I mean, do you want to look it up to double check?
Yeah, that sounds a little strange to me because I thought Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had been dead for over a century. Let's see here.
Let's see. It's a good book about him growing up in apartheid South Africa, an autobiography, I believe. Ooh, posted a picture of the book in the Discord. Well, I'll have to take a look at that soon then. Thanks a bunch, Mists. I do highly recommend, especially given the nature of the book, if you haven't put it in the right area, maybe migrate it to the serious discussions chat, just given the nature of the topic. Just in case people may not be in the headspace for it.
Okay, so it looks like that in this particular case, the 1927 copyright was to the casebook of Sherlock Holmes, rather than for things like A Study in Scarlet, which was published significantly earlier, if I'm remembering correctly.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, A Study in Scarlet was published in 1887.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
specifically the anthology of Sherlock Holmes tales that was passed into the public domain this year. But that's good to know that both I and Project Gutenberg had the correct assumption that A Study in Scarlet was very much in the public domain.
Hmm.
Um, but that does bring up the terrifying nature of copyright as it's currently practiced.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, Mists, I think it's a better safe than sorry, and I'm really glad that you're
E.
following with that. Thank you.
Don't think too, as the server is mostly English speaking, so I didn't think it was potentially cause issues for anyone. Yay.
Yep. All the same, I like trying to be respectful where I can
Yeah.
in advance of it becoming a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me.
So, I mean, I guess if you're wanting to read through some Sherlock Holmes, I
We
could
could.
switch the music, because it's a little more ethereal right now.
Well, or if you're interested in keeping with the ethereal vibe, I do believe I proposed the book that was used to make the Nutcracker suite
Oh!
a while back, The Nutcracker and the Rat King. But if you would prefer that I try reading out some Sherlock Holmes on stream in celebration of it finally being completely within the public domain, I don't mind that either.
Mm. Yeah, if it's even a word still used as a slur in South Africa, see, but I moved it. Okay.
Thank you, Mists.
E.
All right,
Oh, I think they were
so
trying to say it isn't even a word still used as a slur in South Africa, but because
regardless,
yeah.
as we just pointed out, not everything that is no longer used as a slur has lost its effect on people who were once targeted with it.
Yeah.
So responsibility. Okay,
So you know, no clue if it's still used. Yeah, that's fair. So I mean, I'm curious about like since you like brought up the Nutcracker as well, like I'm tempted to go on a tangent of like what makes content festive in relation to like the winter holidays and is having a festive lens on something such as like the Nutcracker or my favorite things from Sound of Music. Like, how would you consider that?
Would draw a distinction saying that the Nutcracker and Mouse King was absolutely held at Christmas time. Like the opening sequence, even in the book, is it's Christmas time and their weird uncle has come to pay a visit and is centered primarily around the gift exchange rather than the religious holiday. So, are we treating it as winter celebrations of gift exchange, or are we treating it as a religious holiday that was co-opted from previous religions because Catholicism is nothing if not particularly insistent at taking everything and making it Catholic in some way, shape, or form? um, so which of those were you kind of trying to go with here? Because
I
I'd
was
be happy to
more
go down
trying to
either rabbit hole. But...
right, because I was with me also mentioning my favorite things from Sound of Music, because people have turned that pretty festive as well. I'm trying to bring up more of the topic of like like a combo of like the commercialization and popularization of like Christmas and like winter holiday themed content, and the shoving a festive lens onto content that isn't necessarily festive in the beginning.
Well, so for clarification, I have never seen The Sound of Music. At all.
Okay.
Um, so I don't actually know the context surrounding the song. All I know about it really was that it was taught as part of a non-festive set of songs that were part of our music curriculum when I was in school.
Mm-hmm.
Back when, elementary schools had a music curriculum. Um, again, dating myself a little bit here, but...
Well, I thankfully was able to have some music classes, but frankly, they were electives.
Yeah, no, this was part of my core education when I was in, like, kindergarten through 3rd grade.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. Although, let's see if I can find this here.
But, do you want, like, the synopsis on The Sound of Music?
Sure, please go ahead and give it.
Yeah. Also, thank you for the full care package.
I might have needed it for myself and been like, I wonder if I could get away with making Road take care of himself, too. But...
So the Sound of Music is loosely based on the story of the Von Trapps, a family, semi-martyrized in Austria, or they're from Austria and semi-martyrized during the post World War II era of American musicals and all that jazz. Their story was predominantly in relation to World War II. You had Maria, who was attempting to be a nun, but she was too high spirited for where she was, and so the other sisters had tried to find a different opportunity for her. They sent her to effectively be a nanny for the Von Trapp family, whose mother and Mr. Von Trapp's wife had recently died. With all of this taking place during the course of the heart of World War II as well, you get a lot of emotional chaos, though not to the level of cabaret, in regards to morality, connecting to the country versus for the people. And so the context of the song "My Favorite Things" is during a time of rain, and the children were panicking because they thought that the sounds of the storm were the sounds of something else in relation to World War II that I'm pretty sure you can correlate. And Maria had sang the song "My Favorite Things" to try and help them calm down, have them focus on something else, so that they can eventually get their energy out and get to sleep. Now, within the past 5-ish years, "My Favorite Things" has now become a more festive kind of song. Because some of the lyrics, you know some of the lyrics. You said that you sang it for your curriculum at some point.
Yes, let's see. I'm assuming it has to do with the brown paper packages tied up with string. And
maybe, but if that's the case, that's an incredibly loose take to turn it festive, at least in my opinion.
Oh, it's an extremely loose take. But you've also got to remember, along with all of this, that the song itself has been used in that way since at least the late 90s, early 2000s. This isn't a particularly recent development.
Okay, fair. I'll take your word on that, because it's I said within the last 5 years ish, because with me having recently gotten into retail, it's every year when I have been in retail, and it's only been when I've been in retail that I realized that "My Favorite Things" is now being considered a festive song. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, retail has been doing that for at least a couple of decades. So I suppose for me, the shock factor has worn off significantly there. One thing I have noticed more in recent years, though, is a shift into using secular songs as festive holiday music, to the exclusion of things that would be more traditionally associated with religion. So, I've been saying for years, and I continue to say it, that I actively hate Christmas as it's practiced in the United States.
Well, it's hyper commercialized.
It's hyper commercialized to the exclusion of spirituality and the actual needs of people during the excruciating winter months that are actually in many cases more harsh than what you find in areas where the religion was previously practiced. Now I've heard people make arguments that there is still very much a spirit of giving and taking care of people present within a lot of those things, but that's not what I hear in the commercial retail. And I did work retail for a little while, but not once in all of that did I hear a rendition of God Rest You Merry Gentlemen or O Come Emmanuel, Mary Did You Know? These songs that to me had always been associated with the season, and quite often could have been heard on the radio or on stores as you were shopping. Do I believe it's good to not necessarily allow a religion to completely co-opt a holiday that is being celebrated in secular fashion by most people? Debatable. But I find it odd that partly because I actually like some of those old songs. Like, they had, for better or worse, some real gravitas to them. And I'm pretty sure it was Bellows who recently posted about a particular song giving him existential feelings and really connecting strongly with him. And that is about as close to the Christmas spirit as I have ever gotten, is with songs that often I went back and looked up the songs that I actually enjoyed. I don't think any of them were published after the year 1800. So apparently what I don't like is modern Christmas, and that's what's practiced. So
Right.
But yeah, it seems odd to me that that's been the shift in retail environments, is toward deliberately secularized music that talks about gift exchanges and riding in sleds and forgetting the cranberry sauce. I have no idea if any of that is familiar to people who haven't worked retail and therefore haven't heard those songs on repeat for entire 8-hour shifts for 3 months. But all of that aside,
I may have to redo the eyes a titch because something about them's looking off. I'm experimenting with trying to thicken the lashes, see if that might help.
I mean, the lashes look fine, at least to my eyes. Although the color looks a little bit off on the left eye.
Well, remember your heterochromatic?
Yes, and it looks like you've used green for both of them.
So I pulled these from the colors that I did for your model.
Okay.
So
if you've pulled the correct one, then I am probably just seeing it wrong.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, this is one of those...
part of the point.
Yeah.
So. No worries there.
Yeah, this might be just one of those circumstances of for the colors, you won't really see the difference until you get more the full scope present, of it.
Yeah.
Let me see if changing the size...
So are you still using Bardley for the music on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Why yes?
Sorry, I ended up laughing at where one of the stray strokes went. But no, I can't actually hear the music unless I turn the volume up on the stream. So for
Let
me, I'm
me
like
let me.
hoping that the dead silence isn't just like making people go, "Oh yikes."
Nope, I just turned up the music on my end, so hopefully it's getting picked up a little better.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not that it was hard to hear through the stream. It's that it's hard for me to hear when I'm not listening loudly to the stream and therefore not talking over myself.
Fair.
Anyway, nothing to worry about, Derry.
Okay.
It's just trying to keep things talking, because
Yeah.
of course I do. But yeah. I do like the way this is shaping up, though.
Yeah. And thankfully, with the fact that you already have a pretty stable color palette, like I think this is well enough to where I can just start setting in the colors. I should probably do like a small bit of like defining the nose though, just so that it doesn't look so iffy.
The nose looks iffy, huh?
Well, no, the face looked too bare without the definition of the nose, so maybe this will help it.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to look like a bear. Maybe an owl. I'd be okay looking owlish, but not bearish.
All right.
Mostly alright. What about the rest of it?
Oh wait, I need to define your apron super quick, which I didn't do on there, so...
Yeah, that's true. Suppose you didn't. I also question how much of this is going to show up in 512 by 512 pixels.
I mean, we'll find out but we'll fuck around and find out.
This sounds good, but I'll leave the fucking around to you, if that's alright. I just want to find out.
I figure that's something that we've already established that's going to happen given our dynamic.
Not wrong. Heck. Oh.
You okay?
Cold in here, though, is settling into my bones.
Oof.
Well. Oh well, I'm sure it'll warm up later. Eventually, if I wait long enough.
Slow and steady, you got this.
I don't want slow. I want immediate gratification. That's how this works. I've been trained to expect immediate gratification. I feel cheated.
And now I gotta remember the design for at least the...
I am actually going to be right back. I need to put a sweater on or something.
Okay. I really hope that everyone is doing well, by the way. Thanks so much for stopping in throughout all this. I probably need a second full care package because dag on my back. Oof. Uh, all right. And then okay. Now we have the lining done, and that looks super cute. Though I should probably actually bring this side down. Have it like that. Oh, excuse me. That should be alright enough. Okay. Actually, I should probably better define. Let's undo the merge. Ah, crud. But okay, I'm just gonna have to deal with how I have the eyebrows, because I'm already too far gone. Oh yeah, those two are the different... Okay, so now we can get into coloring the hair. For those that recently hopped in during all the conversation or the silence, hi, it's very nice to meet you. My name is Road to Dusk. You can call me Road, Dusk, anything that you would call a friend. I am a dream usher, so I focus on sleep, dreams, and the imagination to help create an environment where we can be vulnerable to ourselves and to each other to grow to be better people as individuals and as a community. Currently, I am drawing some commissions for my dear friend Selene over here, who is currently AFK. And I am currently preparing behind the scenes for giving to you all, my community, something that you guys had gotten based on getting me to a certain milestone for the year. Our first milestone for the year is doing a Project Diva Nuzlocke inspired by the concept by Blake the Nerd. So that will be done sometime soon. I tend to do a lot of gaming as well as art, and I haven't drawn in quite a while, so it's nice to like get back into the groove of this. If playing video games, drawing, stuff like this seems something of interest to you, do know that I am dipping my foot into a lot of other variety content. I did recently do a Project Diva, VR chat stream with a small bit of my community as well. That was last night, so you should still be able to see the stream now if you're wanting to see it before it gets taken down and taken down by Twitch's automatic system. By then, it should be archived on the official YouTube channel, though, which for those that want to keep track of any archived videos, feel free to check out the official YouTube channel. If there's anyone that wants to be able to check my schedule, please feel free to check out my Twitter. If you do not want to deal with the dumpster fire that is Twitter, you can also check out my Discord. Do you know that, like my streams here, my Discord server is 18+, so please be sure that you have verified the rules and that you're of age and all that jazz. And yeah, if any of this sounds of interest to you, please feel free to stick around. I would very much appreciate the company. Where am I missing? There's a junction that is not actually joining. I need to find it. Oh, I found it apparently. Okay. Let's get rid of you and you, just so that I have more layers. I really hope that you guys can hear the music all right. If you guys do want me to like turn it up so that you guys have a little more atmosphere, do let me know. Or if you even want me to change the music to something of a different vibe entirely, feel free to let me know. There should be a point redeem that lets you be able to request me to do so. Oh, okay. Come on, where's the junction that I'm missing? Did I get it? No. Alright, come on.
But what if I don't feel like coming on?
Welcome back.
Okay, so I'll come back instead of coming on. I'm okay with this. I am marginally less cold and significantly more hot chocolates than
Nice.
a little bit ago. So, life is improving.
Yay.
And you are making quite nice progress on those flats.
Thank you.
Oh.
And if I remember right, you wanted these cell, right?
Yeah, just something simple. I can't imagine that putting extreme detail in there is going to make them significantly better emojis for a server.
Yeah, with how tiny like server emotes can get, like you're going to lose so much detail so quick.
So tiny they lose detail. Let's see where that's going. Sorry, I've got nothing.
No, you're all good.
But no, like, it's shaping up nicely.
Yee.
So, let's see, you're about 90 minutes in, and you're halfway done with the flats, give or take? Am I seeing that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm curious to see just how many of these you get done here tonight.
I'll probably only get like 2, knowing my brain.
Okay.
Which, I mean, that's half.
It is. And watch now, somebody redeems bardic inspiration for living on a prayer.
Man, I really need to up how many songs like I have under my belt, because there's so many that you've been trying to request, and I'm like, I don't know that one, and it makes me feel bad.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, we can always just like do some, hey, let's learn a song while we're doing this. Just to really mess with your brain.
That would be interesting.
Okay. Well, let's see. What was the first one I requested last night that you were just like, nah, I got nothing?
LOV Love?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. L is for the way you look at me. Oh, is you're the only one I need. He is very, very extraordinary.
Why do I feel like I've heard Sinatra sing this before? Like, it feels... Yeah, it has that, like, kind of... Like a lot of stuff that Sinatra has done, it has like a bit of an ephemeral kind of feel.
Mm-hmm.
Or ephemeral? I keep forgetting, like, the intonation on it.
The stress is on the second syllable.
Okay.
Ephemeral.
Yeah, ephemeral. Thank you.
Yes. And yeah, that's very much a Sinatra song. So that's... But that's not one that you know, then?
No, I know very few Sinatra songs.
Okay. Well, let's see here. What was something else that I requested? And
Oh, Zelda, thank you for hopping in.
Oh, hello, Zelda. I'm so glad that you've come, you amazing person, adorable being, an absolute cutie.
And you know what? Since we're switching from the topic that we had earlier, I'm gonna turn TTS back on.
Yeah, that's probably a good move here. I approve.
No use, Selene.
So
it takes cute to know cute, Zelda. Do I need to try and find Legal, pull him in here, and start another cute battle with you, dadgummit? Because I will.
I mean,
Lies.
I would hope that Legal comes in anyway, but that's because Legal's a cutie.
Yeah, very true.
And Zelda, Thank you so much for noticing. I appreciate that people start to see me as cute. But with that said, oh, because I thought I did like 2 different songs, and you were just like, nope.
I forget the other song that you had tried to get me to do.
Oh, right. My Eyes Are on the Rise from Dr. Horrible.
Yeah.
And that one, there was a different and very legitimate reason for not
Yeah.
doing or knowing that one.
Because,
So,
again, as much as I love Neil Patrick Harris, like, it's gonna be a while before I can muster up the courage to listen to anything from Dr. Horrible again.
Yeah, but that's absolutely fair. Like, that should not require explanation on your end.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm just used to having to give explanation.
Fair, but horrible, but fair, but still kind of horrible. All the same. Let's see here. That's another one we can throw in.
I mean, if we want to harken, if we're gonna
nice.
still do something that Neil Patrick Harris has done, remember when he did that cover of Dream On by Aerosmith?
Neil Patrick Harris did a cover of Dream On by Aerosmith.
On Glee, yep.
Okay, that explains it. I did not watch Glee. At the
I
time when it was
watched
airing,
like clips of it. I wasn't super big into it, but I like everyone in the house when that episode when Neil Patrick Harris was on, that episode was memed in the house for a good while. Like for all the good reasons, because Neil Patrick Harris has got pipes.
He has got pipes, he has got dignity and self-respect, like, the man's just a legend.
Mm-hmm.
It would not surprise me if one of the things he is remembered for is for being legendary. Oh, thank you, Zelda. I'm glad you like the art, because this is something I'm going to be using inside of my server as a set of custom emotes. I'd be flattered if Frode also wants to use them on his server, but yeah.
I mean, if you're okay with me doing that, I can, because I feel like my community's become a lot more collaborative.
I mean, hey, I'm fine with you using my OC for this anyway.
Yeah.
I guess I can't speak for the other people who we've got planned for you to do here.
Yeah.
But my expectation is that they'll also be pretty much, yeah, go for it. This is cute.
Yeah.
Like it.
I don't want to assume, though, so I'll wait until they personally give me an okay.
Totally fair. And, I mean, just reach out to them when you're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cute art of a cute person.
Yeah, so I'm
Yes,
glad that this
Selene is very much a cute person.
Oh. Well, thank you. Oh, you're such a complimentary little thing. I really do enjoy having you here with us. So thank you for dropping in. So, more hot chocolate. Here. I worry a little bit because last time I got some hot chocolate when it was this cold out, I wasn't able to finish it before it turned into chocolate. That was...
I think I remember that dissatisfaction.
Yes. It was much disappointment. I guess this must have been last night. Or no, not last night.
The night before? Yeah, it had to have been the night before, because last night was the VR chat stream.
Yes, it was. How did that go, by the way?
A lot better than I expected, actually.
Well, that's good.
Like, I had a lot of people, like, hop in. I got rated by both Easy and Lexi, who then... Easy was already doing her own
Legal
thing, because I
believes
gave
that
her
you
the
are adorable
okay
and so cute.
to, like, stream her end while we were in the same room. and then Lexi decided to raid me, and then wanted to hop in VR with us.
Legal believes that you are going to shine oh so very bright.
I mean,
Legal!
that doesn't
Hi,
seem like
Legal,
about
thank
how
you.
Lexi does.
Yeah.
Legal, glad to have you with us. Zelda's also here in case you want to make sure that there's plenty of QDing
Legal
to
has
go
been
around.
honored to have met you, my friend.
I'm really
Legal
honored
is
to have
here.
met you too, Legal. You're an absolute joy.
You really are. And thank you for coming by.
Yee.
That's
What
right,
up,
Legal the
cuties?
Cuties here.
Time for the cute battle. The cute battle shall commence in 3.
Legal
2,
thinks that Selene is
1.
very cute.
Well, hello, Lexi. It's good to see you, cutie.
Lexi!
Speaking
And I-
of
Well,
cuties, it's Lexi.
And I
Legal,
just changed the
thank you.
music because I mentioned the cute battle.
Legal says
It
that
is
Zelda
Lexi.
is absolutely
What a
adorable.
cutie. So, what brings you by tonight, Lexi?
Legal says that Lexi is very
Legal
adorable.
is correct. Zelda is also absolutely adorable.
Legal
Alright.
believes that Lexi is so adorable.
Okay.
Aw, thank you, Legal,
No, it really
and
wasn't.
glad to
But we're not
here.
going to judge you for it.
Okay, so...
No, wait.
Legal
that
says
wasn't
that
so.
Zelda can't
What?
deny their
are you doing?
adorableness.
You've got better pitch than that.
Legal is the true adorable person.
I'm not
here.
even
I
trying
can't
to
even
sing right
compare to
now,
Legal,
unless you
but that's
redeemed a
how
thing.
adorable Legal is.
You said so.
Road,
La
why
Tio,
is
right?
Selene so pretty? OMG, I mean she's already pretty, but damn.
Lexi coming to be like, Ro, why is Selene so pretty? Oh my god. I mean, she's already pretty, but damn.
You know, I don't even know if Lexi's seen, like, what I actually look like. But... Thank you, Lexi. You're being very sweet. Any rate, Rhodes being nice enough
Legal
to
believes
create
that
a
Zelda
shrugging
brings
emoji
joy to everyone,
that
and they
we
have
can use
reached
with some
beyond the
servers
stars
here.
with their shine, and it's absolutely stunning.
I'm looking forward to having this
Asterisks
available
official,
in more
you're
places.
also pretty, Lexi, never forget that.
And Zelda is absolutely right. You are quite the stunning woman.
Thank you, Zelda.
Yee.
Whereas I am regretting putting up with the colds.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Do you not have enough hot chocolate?
There will never be enough hot chocolate for this cold.
Legal says that Lexi is so adorable and stunning and
But-
stupendous in every way, and Lexi has a
Come
stupendous
to think of
personality
it,
that is so
I should
awesome.
be looking at some
Wait,
weather
Selene,
maps
did
because
you
I'm going
see
to be
my
traveling
stream
again
yesterday?
tomorrow.
I was on cam the whole time.
Oh, that is a good point. Lexi was on cam last night.
I did not get to see your stream last night, Lexi.
Legal will
I
hug you,
spent
Zelda, and tell
the
you that you are
vast
absolutely
majority
adorable
of
in
it
every way.
doing work, and the remainder doing a combination of stories and songs to try and put a little boy to sleep who was very much not okay with going to sleep.
Aww.
But I'm pretty sure the VOD is up, so I'll get to go and gawk at you for a little bit here, won't I? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It'll just be for my enjoyment.
Yeah, that is the core color that I need, because what I had before was the
Nut,
shadow.
nut, 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 nut.
Yeah, that looks a little bit closer to my hair color.
Sorry, no, I was laughing from
Legal is
Lexi,
scared road.
just spamming.
Legal fellovable bear Jaco, the amount of joy I bring others will never compare
so
to
what
the
is that?
amount of joy that Legal brings.
Oh, I'm
Legal is
scaring
the
Legal.
superior
Okay,
person
I'm
in
gonna
this
have to
contest.
back. Sorry. But, Lexi, see me after class, dearie. I believe I have more words for you.
Oh my.
Other than that, alright, so let's keep this legal friendly now. Oh, Zelda, Legal,
Legal
you
says
are
that
both
there is no
absolutely
superior other
adorable
than you
and
being
supportive
adorable.
beings, and I adore the heck out of you too. Thank you for sticking around.
I seriously love just like how hardcore this music is. Like for this. Like
Oh, I'm gonna have to turn the
Legal
sound
was
up.
joking.
Let me. Okay. Is that better?
Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna read back a little bit, and I'm just going to read this out loud to everyone.
Legal didn't he finish sentence.
So, Legal says that Zelda is absolutely adorable. Legal says that Lexi is very adorable. And Legal believes that Lexi is so adorable. Legal says that Zelda can't deny their adorableness.
Legal says that Zelda will be the best that no one ever was.
Person here. I can't even compare to Legal. That's how adorable Legal is. Legal believes that Zelda brings joy to everyone, and they've reached beyond the stars, and their shine, it's absolutely stunning. And you're also very pretty, Lexi. Never forget that. Legal says that Lexi is so adorable and stunning and stupendous in every way, and Lexi has a stupendous personality that is so awesome. And Legal will hug you, Zelda, and tell you that you are absolutely adorable in every way. Nut. Legal is scared road. The amount of joy I bring others will never compare to the amount of joy that Legal brings. Legal is the superior person in this contest. Legal says that there is no superior other than you being adorable. Legal says that Zelda will be the best that no one ever was. Catch their chariots, to train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. No, I need something good for a bardic inspiration here, though.
Legal says that Zelda's heart is very big and that you were here before me, Zelda.
I don't know. Does anyone in the chat have a suggestion for something to sing just for the beans of it?
Zoned out and switched members, what is going on?
Oh no!
Legal likes your amazing range, Selene, it's so beautiful.
All good, miss. We're just kind of chilling right now. We're still drawing, like, talking with each other, having fun. Selene here is trying to figure out what songs that you all think would be good for her to sing, because I have a bardic inspiration redeem.
Yeah.
Sing last Friday night.
Between me and Road, we might almost have a collection of songs to sing. So, last Friday night. Oh,
I know of that song. I know the melody, but
oh, I'm gonna look up the lyrics for this one. Like we're just. All right. Yes, it is Katy Perry. Oh. Okay.
Yep.
I'm nothing more than a mere common man. Legal is the embodiment of his name, truly lovable. No matter where they go, they bring happiness to everyone they come across, no matter what.
I'm apparently terrible at Googling.
See, I'm I'm now just realizing, like, in the back of my head, trying to find songs that that I know like the back of my hand that I also can sing may be a little difficult because I don't really listen to a lot of like popular American pop music all too often.
Let's see. Nothing more than a mere common man, Legal is the embodiment of his name. Truly lovable. No matter where they go, they bring happiness to everyone they come across, no matter what. Alright, so let's see here. There's a stranger in my bed, there's a pounding in my head, glitter all over the room. Oh, oh, oh. Pink flamingos in the pool. No. Doggone it, I actually don't remember this one. Let's see here. Pictures of last night ended up online, I'm screwed. Oh well. It's a blacked out blur, but I'm pretty sure it ruled. Damn! Last Friday night, yeah, we danced on tabletops, and we took too many shots. Think we kissed, but I forgot. Last Friday night, yeah, we maxed our credit cards and got kicked out of the bar. So we hit the boulevard last Friday night. We went streaking in the park, skinny dipping in the dark, then had a menage a trois last Friday night. Yeah, I think we broke the law. Always say we're gonna stop. Oh, oh, oh. But this Friday night, do it all again. But this Friday night, do it all again.
Also here as another reminder for Rode and Selene that they're both
Katy
big
Perry
cuties that
is
are always nice
so
to
underrated.
see.
It's a
Never
real shame.
really paid attention to the lyrics of this song, but holy damn, that one wild ass Friday night.
I know, right? Also, Fee, nice to have you in here. And yet, that is, yeah, Kate, yeah, that song, whew, that is one interesting time.
Legal will cry
Yeah,
if you say
Katy
that you are just
Perry
a common man.
actually bothering to go queer for once. It's appreciated. Like, she can do it well, she can do it horribly, but still, just, it's good stuff.
Mm.
Oh no! Zelda, you can't let Legal cry. That's not how this works. We have to protect our cuties. Also, yes, hello, Fee. I don't know if I've said that yet, but very much a hello to the Fee.
Ow.
Also, it looks like Fee might have the sound turned off, so I have no idea if this is actually getting
right.
or not.
Well, no,
captioning.
Which is weird considering Fee commented about the song, so I would assume that they're able to hear.
I can hear you, lol. I just forget to change my thing.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Legal.
That is fair.
Oh, okay. No worries, Fee.
Right,
we're happy to have you here with us, even if you are actually listening.
I do move repeatedly and at random.
Not all
Legal
good.
says that you are absolutely awesome. Because I'm at work XD.
3024. Let's get to 3024.
What are you working on, Fee? If you're okay with sharing. You don't actually have to.
Yeah.
Legal says that Selene said hello emotion.
And I gotta migrate everything into this spot, so it's going to look weird for just a bit of a moment.
For sending my message along, Legal.
What am I working on? LOL, literally at my job.
Okay. Get that center.
So I
there we
get
go.
phone calls randomly or have to work on tickets or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Okay.
Gotcha. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Need to get the sclera. So gonna look slightly demonic for a moment.
Oh my, you say that like I don't already. Also,
Yeah.
hello, we've had someone drop into the chat.
Bartender!
Legal says that Selene says that you are cute
Hi,
Femotion.
Bark. How are you?
Tired, dead inside, and ready to go on a sleepover. Let's fucking do this.
That was yesterday.
Sleepover was
XD
last night.
Oh, Jesus. Wait,
Here
it was
as a
last night?
reminder for everyone
Yeah,
else
so
in chat
that
you're
was what
all
I was
amazing,
trying to
adorable, and
communicate.
extremely
I know
cute.
time zone stuff is
Legal
a
is
bitch.
going
I
to
was
bed. Legal lost the battle.
I was like, it's 10 a.m., right? No.
it was 10 a.m. Yeah, but I'm sorry, Bark.
Instead, you're dropping in on a stream where
Legal, you're
Road is
adorable.
working on some emojis.
I'm
What a
so
Zelda, you're a cutie.
disappointed.
I'm sorry.
Legal fellow lovable bear Jaco, sleep well and take
poor
care. Legal.
bartender, come here.
Legal says
Let's
that
give
we
you
I
are
a
mean,
sleepy.
considering how
They'll all
popular that event was, I think there might be
Emotion
another one
no you.
happening eventually.
Good night, Legal.
Oh, bullshit, bro. I'm getting a hot dog sandwich. This some ass.
Dog sandwich?
Yeah, I want a hot dog. I want a glizzy. It's the only thing that's going to make me actually feel good about myself right now.
A glizzy?
Yeah.
I
What's that?
don't know what that is.
You got. Oh! How do you guys not know what a glizzy is?
Probably because
Because
we don't go
literally-
out?
It's literally the default option. I mean, you have to learn something in order to know about it. So,
Oh, I can't believe you haven't encountered it until now. Okay, so glizzy is just like a slang term for hot dog, but the internet
dog
has
of
sort
some
of
kind.
bastardized it to mean anything that's even slightly phallic shaped. It's basically just a hot dog, yeah. Like
Why the heck? Okay, just not doing the lipstick
So-
for this.
is it a hot dog, or
It's a-
is it a hot dog that isn't a hot dog? Road, that
Hot-
is the worst applied lipstick I have ever seen.
Yeah, why do you think I got rid of it?
Hi-fi, hi
It's an actual
We're
hot
just going to
dog, right?
act like that didn't
Hot dog.
happen.
Like a New York glizzy is just
Really?
like a steamed
that-
hot dog.
I'm tempted to push you to keep
Yeah.
trying until you get it
Hi,
right
Lexi.
now. Just based off of how you did that.
Let me finish this thesis.
Okay, so you're looking for a literal hot dog or a cigar that isn't a cigar?
A literal hot dog, bro. I want like a
Okay.
hot dog, like a steamed hot dog or like a German bratwurst. And I want that shit on like some really nice brioche based bread, some mustard, some pickles. Oh. Okay, let me order that right now.
I think it sounds like a good idea.
It is currently lunchtime where I am, and I haven't had lunch yet, so.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Oh, legal! Why'd you do the fuck the shit I'm out? Are you leaving? Also, thank you for the full care package.
Oh, thank you for the full care package, legal.
Ah.
What is the full care package?
Asterisk
So,
official Lexi
gives
did
me,
know that you're an
tells me
amazing
to do
person,
basically
adorable,
hydrate,
wonderful streamer,
stretch,
and a mega cutie
and
with a
also
precious
have a
smile
quick
that
snack.
always makes everyone's day.
Yep.
Do you know what would be a quick snack? A slow roasted barbecue rib over applewood fire.
Nah, get me some bulgogi.
You're the
Bulgogi!
best, Zelda,
Oh!
never forget
Oh
that.
no! Why
That-
did you have to say that?
that is
I'm
my
so
shit.
impatient.
That is my
Bro.
shit.
I mean, I
I-
just finished my poutine.
Oh
Poutine's
no!
alright.
They're saying all my
Alright, no,
favorite food.
Road.
How dare
you
you?
take that
How
back.
dare
Take
you?
that back.
Who
It
said
is not just all right. Poutine
it's
is
fucking
freaking
godlike?
amazing.
It's
it
fucking
is-
amazing.
It is Canada's gift to this world.
It is the only thing that's keeping me from violating human rights. That's the only thing. You understand? I would have murdered.
Someone clip that. No, Bark, you don't understand. Right when you said that, immediately the sound for Legal doing the Mario death sound happened. So just imagine, it's the one thing that's keeping me from like going against human rights.
I would. I would. Oh, if it weren't for Canada's poutine and German bratwurst, there would be a lot more dead people on this planet. I tell you what, a lot more rude people would be dead. I need something big and juicy in my mouth, and then afterwards, I need something warm and nice and mushy. God, I want poutine so badly.
Be careful what you say, because Lexi's in the chat.
Oh, I want bulgogi. I want kimchi. Oh, I want poutine. Oh,
Legal, thank you for the clip.
I can't wait. I can't wait for this weekend. I can't wait. I am going to celebrate ending my classes.
Let's go.
By literal. Yeah, I'm going to a Korean restaurant by myself and I'm ordering everything.
Nice.
I finished this goddamn nightmare of a semester. And once that's done, I'm gonna get my certificate and boot camping for marketing.
Ooh,
Then
ooh.
I'm gonna eat as much beef as my body can physically take. And kimchi and beef. Ah. Why did you have to remind me to eat bulgogi road? I hate it.
Dude, because bulgogi is the shit.
Wait, Bark said he wants one in
Bulgogi
his
is
mouth.
good. It's something that we all need in our lives. Like
Bark
this is
said
so
that he wants
fair.
something long and round in his mouth, and after that he wants something nice and wet and soft.
Hey, poutine with like proper like cheese chunks, like cheese like
Yeah, cheese curds. They're
Curd.
melted, but not so much that they form like a congealed mess.
yeah, they have to have that squeak, you know? If they got the
Yes,
squeak,
good cheese curds. Yes.
I need gravy that's you know I love my woman like I like my poutine gravy. Thick motherfucker. Thick. I need like really thick gravy on like really nice cheese curds. It's like slightly melted but not really. And like well seasoned fries with a bit of parsley. Maybe coriander, but mostly parsley. Ah. And not too much salt. Also, why
Okay.
are you making art of Selene?
Because this
because
is
I-
one.
What does the
Idiot.
dissociative trivia redeem
Ah.
do?
This is an emoji that we're going to be deploying to at least my server and hopefully at Rhodes, potentially other people's if they're interested in having an emoji of me shrugging as just part of their
Wait,
repertoire.
Celine, you have a server? I haven't been invited. Wait, I want to
Should
join.
Miliad
No,
forgot to plug
the
in
server that
phone.
I have is specifically people who I'm like close with and trust. It's not like a public server.
Understandable then.
Did I use
But-
the wrong
well-
color when I? No.
Well, I hope to be within that inner ring one day.
Well, just keep spending time with me and being a person who I generally enjoy hanging out with, and it happens on its own.
Also, Mists, the dissociative trivia is basically redeem it, and for those that want to know a little bit of trivia or random bits in relation to dissociation, dissociative disorders, and all that jazz, they get a little bit of info.
Celine redeemed it.
Yeah. Okay, so
Don't I always?
yeah. So I'm gonna give a fact based on something that I actually recently talked about in my Discord server. So there is a type of alter headmate, however you want to refer, called an introject. Basically, an alter that comes from some sort of external source. There are two common subdivisions. There is fictive and factive. Fictive coming from basically any kind of media or more typically like a fantasy source, but just any kind of media that can be considered fiction. Factive is when you have an interject that comes from a person or other entity from real life. Like, for example, and this is a bit of a sad example, but some dissociative folks may have the possibility of having an interject of someone who has caused their trauma.
Well, and you've warned me not to get too inside of your head, or it might become a more literal thing than I expect it to.
Yeah.
So, gotta be careful there.
I mean, in all fairness, I haven't had risk of any friends becoming interjects in the system
figure out
yet.
what exactly a spirit altar would be like, one from outside
Wow, I hope
the
you have
body,
some wood
though
to
I
knock on
suppose
here.
that can tie
Wait,
into
what?
spiritualism.
I got some
etc.
actual wood. Give me a minute. Wait. You get to
Okay.
choose. Selene, you get to choose. Do you want apple, acacia, or maple?
Let's go for maple.
All right, well,
Okay. I have to go to my side table to knock.
Selene,
That's
I do
okay.
believe that this is just about finished. What do you think? Do you want anything changed?
Let's see it scaled down to 512 by 512.
Okay. Well,
Scale that to like 20 by 20.
yeah, because the canvas info right now, it's not really easy for me to scale this down in Procreate by itself. So unfortunately, the best thing that I can do is just zoom out.
Fair enough, I suppose. Although then I'm using Twitch's scaling factor, which is absolutely abyssal.
Is it?
Yeah.
The compression on Twitch is absolutely ass. They do not use any side-style algorithms.
All right,
This
so
is no fault of yours that it looks like
You could
complete
try
ass.
adding
This is
lipstick
Twitch's
again,
fault.
Jay.
So
Gonna
no.
warm up some
Bro,
food.
I'm
I'll
already
be
at like
back
the
in a
So,
highest
what I'm gonna
possible
do
source.
is I'm gonna stop you guys from seeing my replay on the stream super quick. I'm gonna take this screenshot and send it to you in DMs.
okay. Alright.
Okay.
Road, can I ask? Can you like DM me your prices if ever?
Actually, if you look in the Twitch chat super quick, I do have a coffee that I'm going to put the link down super quick. All of my prices are going to be on there.
Okay. Coffee. I should actually open up my own coffee. What the fuck? Wait. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, as far as that goes, Rod, that actually looks pretty good.
Yay! Okay. On to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Thank
know
you
what?
so much for doing this.
Yeah. And I need to turn off my thing again so I can pull my reference.
Oh, is that going to be your cup of tea tonight, huh?
Maybe. Just about.
So the emoji that I've commissioned from Road, part of why I'm getting them is because, holy crap, there are some emotes that I just cannot find in Discord. I don't actually like Discord much to begin with, but yeah, some of these emotes are like, how is this not part of their set? And so I figure if I'm going to do something crazy, I might as well, like, actually go crazy with it.
Right.
And so I wanted somebody sipping tea because one of my frequent image reactions to people is just me smugly sipping tea at them. And Road volunteered his OC for this. 'Cause...
I like tea, and obviously, if you can't tell, like, this pose is based on, like, the Kermit meme.
There's a Kermit? Oh!
Yeah!
Lipton, right.
Yep,
right,
yep.
Right.
But I like the idea.
Yeah.
Not to mention roads to keep.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go for it.
What's the suggestion?
Could you, if ever, once you finish this, could you keep the eyes open while you're drinking the tea? Like really open. Like you're side-eyeing them, kind of wide open.
Oh.
Yeah. Like you're worried you're gonna learn about something.
Oh, more like a panic to be like, I just want to sip my tea. I don't want any part of this. As
Yeah,
opposed,
yeah,
as
yeah,
opposed to
you're
like the
about to.
sassy kind of. Yeah, I'm having my tea.
You're about
Y'all
to
can
spit
deal.
the tea.
Drinking coffee, like I'm not trying to get into any of this, bro. I'm trying to live my peace.
I kind of like that
I
take.
like
Not
that
gonna
idea,
lie.
Yeah. There are some places where I could really use something like that. So that's not a bad idea.
I think that happened to me once in a Starbucks, which is not fun.
Oh shit! Oh shit! What happened?
Okay.
Story time.
I'll tell this quick story. Right. So, imagine young bartender of age 19, 20, I don't remember, just trying to do his best, trying to like, well, no, I don't, yeah, 19, trying to go to his classes, trying to like answer his midterm exams, but he just wanted to buy like a flat white at Starbucks before he went onto his exam. It's there.
What's a flat white.
A flat white is basically a double espresso shot with a shot of steamed milk and nothing else. I like my coffee without
Eventually,
sugar.
we need to start drawing Discord
Anyway,
avatars for
I'm
each
there
of our
at like,
members.
let's say 7 a.m. Like it's super early because obviously 7 a.m. is early for college kids that have no sleep. And we're all hungover because we all studied the night before. And for some reason, in the middle of 7 a.m. Starbucks, in this dingy ass like corner of the road, this couple started bickering and fighting, and then the girl started threatening to break up with this guy. And I'll never forget this. He said, and I quote, this is in my language. She said, I don't even know why I like you anyway. Your dick's too small for me. And I'm like, oh shit, wait. Wait. I didn't just hear that at like 7:30 in the morning before I went into midterm.
Oh
Literally
God,
before I
college
could
kids
enter
with
my
no
exams,
sleep,
the
we
only
never
thing I
lived
could
at
think in my
IRL,
brain
not
was,
at all.
it wasn't the lessons I studied, it was, oh damn, his dick is too small for her, but that's not why they're breaking up. And I think I don't know if it was what happened, but I had the feeling that he cheated on her, and I just 7:30 in the morning before midterms is not a good time to listen to some tea.
I mean, that is very definitely some tea.
Dude,
That's wow.
Hey, you guys, I'm trying to answer my midterms. I'm not trying to get into all of this.
My midterms have nothing to do with his dick size, so
Suffice it to say, rather than try and get in the middle of that because they were in. Keep in mind, this was right outside of Starbucks, and I just got in. I haven't even ordered my flat white yet. So, needless to say, I just ordered my coffee, sat down, and pretended that nothing was happening because we not trying to get into all of that.
Man, why do I have so many colors in my color palette?
I mean, because you wanted to show off your true colors.
I mean, that's one way to put it.
Your true colors shining through.
An acquaintance overheard someone signing divorce papers when eating, only to walk into class next semester and find out they were one of their professors.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing what happens when it's a fucking Monday at 6:30, 7:30 in the morning and you're in college. There's just magic in that time.
Oh, the Miss just gave a story. An acquaintance overheard someone signing divorce papers while eating, only to walk into class next semester and found out that they were one of their professors.
Let's go! Dude, fucking imagine your freshly divorced professor walking into class. The energy there is either going to be, I'm a bitch, I'm a boss, or do not talk to me, I am living the worst time of my life. Either way, it's going to get messy. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch.
You're a what?
I'm a bitch, I'm a boss.
Why are you a bitch of a boss?
No, it's a song. The I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch. I
We
don't remember who
refuse to
sung
have
that.
classes
It's just in
earlier
my
than 9
playlist. I really
p.m.
should
TBH.
remove
Even
that
9
and
p.m. is
change
stretching
it for
it for
something
us.
else, like more Megan.
9 SM.
Yeah, I was about to
Something
say,
that's
9 p.m.
9 a.m.
Like, what college are you going to that allows you to have late evening classes? Like, I have never heard of a college that lets you have any class later than, like, leaving at, like, 7. Like, I want that
You've
class. I
never
want
heard
that
of night
university
school.
that lets you have, like, super late night classes. Like, sign me the fuck up.
I don't want that, bro. I exclusively take classes that are after 10 and before 6. Nothing else. If that class
Our
even
college
starts at
had a class
6:01,
from like
I'm not
7,
taking
9
it.
p.m.
We're not gonna go there. Your class? You have a class from 7 to 9 p.m.?
Woo!
What university do you go to?
Seriously, have you guys never heard of night school?
No, but night school is different. This is like just regular ass university. Why would you take a 7 to 9 class in university? That is hell.
I would.
Especially
Actually, it
if,
sounds nicer than a lot of the classes I had to take.
say you have to work a night shift job, like having
Yes.
classes like a little bit before like your work like that.
Here
And if
essay
you have a
reminder
good
for Road Bart
if you have a
from
good
Selene that
environment
you're all
where you
amazing,
can like
adorable,
do your
and
homework at
extremely
work,
cute.
like
The latest we've heard of is ending at 9 p.m. Not many classes are like
Hey,
that,
Zelda,
but
what's
there
up?
are some.
also Zelda, thank you so much for the reminder.
What
Here's-
university do you go to Noctis? Holy. Although, Celine, why would you ever take a class that's 7 to 9 though? Like, can you explain, like, the night shift thing?
Okay, so from my perspective, why would I not want. Like, I'm a night person, just by nature. So I'm more awake in the evenings than I am during the days. That's just how I am. And so, for me, taking classes later in the evening or at night is actually an easier way for me to remember what the heck is going on. When I was going through the... so I've actually got a master's degree. And a lot of our stuff was between like 6 and 9 p.m.
Most of our classes
Partly because
are
that's
around
when people
12
were off
p.m.
work.
as we
But
don't
in my
do
case,
mornings.
it was also
We have
because
one this
that's when I
semester
could
at
focus on
9:30
stuff
am
and
and
remember
that
what
is
was going
stretching
on.
it.
Can't
So-
relate to that because I'm like a morning person.
Sure, but I can't relate to morning people.
I
Like, to
know,
me,
I
it's
know.
baffling that people want to be up before like 11 o'clock noon.
I wake up at 2 a.m. 3 a.m. actually, at the latest.
Funny, that's before I go to bed.
I wake up at 3 a.m. and I sleep at like 8 or 9. At the latest, I sleep at 10, but that's it.
I am like the complete opposite. Like my body fluctuates on like when it wants to wake up, but it's like a ballpark between
We have
noon
late phase sleep
and
cycle
6
disorder,
in the
meaning our
evening.
natural cycle
There
is
is
to sleep
seldom
at
any in
around 3
between.
a.m.
I can't do that, bro. Like, I need to have my morning time.
My morning
I
time
can't
is other
imagine
people's
it.
evening time. Like that's when like I am waking up. Like I am probably one of the most nocturnal night owls that people could ever meet. Because I relish in the night that much.
so many of my friends, like IRL and online, are like always night. I'm the only one. Okay, I went on a fucking field trip with these fucking assholes from my university, and for some reason, none of them woke up before 10. Like how?
We usually wake up at around
Come
8
on.
p.m.
10 a.m. is freaking early.
10 a, 10 a.m. is brunch.
10 a.m. is
Yeah?
breakfast. Like noon to
10
1 is
is
brunch for me.
10 a.m. is breakfast? Nah, you're jokes. You're jokes.
No.
Is that real?
There's nothing wrong with having breakfast at 10 a.m. I've been known to have supper sometime around 3 a.m.
Yeah,
It just
and that,
depends on the day and what I'm trying to get done.
yeah, I mean, at least in the culture that I was raised, like any time between
I
like
envy your morning
6 in the
capabilities.
morning to like 10, 11 stretching it is breakfast time. Anything from noon to 4, 5 stretching it is lunch. 5 to whenever the fuck is typically dinner and supper.
Oh, well, okay, so for context, my breakfast is between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. My lunch is between 12 and 1, and my
Anytime
dinner
before
is at
noon
6 to 8,
breakfast time
and that's
for
it.
me. 1 to 3 p.m. is lunch, and anything
Yeah,
after
that
is
sounds
generally
miserable.
supper.
It sounds, to me it works, I guess. Like it feels good because it's just when you guys go to sleep for like, yeah, you go to sleep at like 3 a.m. That's the thing. No one's awake at 3 a.m. It's just you. It's so nice. Like I can focus
mean-
on my editing work, I can focus on my book, I can focus on even if I want a game, it's just me.
You're not
Okay, that's
wrong
fair.
with that part, but I'm usually still awake at 3 a.m. I haven't gone to bed yet. That's my wind down time with everybody out of the way.
Same if you stay up until 3 a.m.
I can get you with that. For me, it's actually a bit of a similar thing because like with my sleep schedule being a little different than Top Hat's, by the time that I wake up, especially on days when Top Hat works, like I have the apartment to myself during my wake up period before I go out to work. And then by the time that I get home, I'm getting ready to either stream, cuddle Top Hat, both. Which, actually, speaking of Top Hat, though, I want to shout him out again because...
12 a.m. 3 a.m. it's ghost time as no one is up, so it's
Hold
peaceful
on.
and quiet.
Some bullshit. All these people around me in loving relationships.
Oh, you shush. But, so Top Hat is going to be having his first stream on Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. He's actually going to be showing what he does when he likes to make his own game. So, if that's interesting to any of you, please go give him some love.
I'll follow. I love coding. I love coding fucking streams.
Coding streams?
Yeah.
Like,
I
you
just
just watch somebody program?
yeah.
Yeah, Top Hat is streaming on Sunday at 2 p.m., roughly around 2 p.m. Eastern.
Let's get this right. Give
To-
me a minute. Give me a minute. What time is it?
So, okay, so Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern is going to be, you said you're 12 hours ahead, so it's going to be 2 a.m. on Monday.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I have to get this right. Okay, so Friday. Non pala. That's Saturday.
It's gonna...
That's Sunday.
Relationships, I don't think that is something I'd ever experience.
It is
Yeah, so...
Eastern, right?
Yeah, Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If I remember right from what you told me before, that should be Monday, 2 a.m.
Okay. Sunday 2 p.m.
Sunday, 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern.
Yeah, 2 a.m. Okay, no. Sure, I'll wake up for it. I ain't got shit else to do on Sunday. I'm just gonna write my book anyway.
Well, isn't that Monday?
Hush, don't
Because
self-deprecate it.
Sunday,
Yeah, no,
2
sorry.
p.m.
Monday, 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's Monday your time. And yes, thank you, Mists. Hey, Bark,
Yeah.
no self-deprecation.
It's the only humor I know.
Well, I suppose I could teach you. You know, if you're into that sort of thing.
Oh no, I don't. I don't like this. Celine, I am reading an article about interactive multimedia. Please, I'm not ready.
I was replying
I
to
mean-
Zelda.
Oh, you're replying to Zelda. Derp.
I am trying to study about the effects of media research. Please, Celine, not right now. Oh my god, that made my heart pound a little. Holy,
Only a little?
only a little. I'm trying to control myself.
Trying
no,
to, but are you succeeding?
Trying. Not well.
Well, that's a shame.
That is a damn shame,
Self-control
isn't it?
Everybody's forte, I suppose.
Ah, I don't like this.
Alright. Let's not leave you in a place you don't like.
This. Oh, dude, I felt shivers.
Now you know how Lexi feels.
Ah,
Wait, only just now. Wow. Poor Lexi. I think she'd be better understood than that.
yeah, there isn't really. I need to like suggest that to my student council and start getting petitions to get a proper networking elective. There needs to be like a course in college that just teaches you how to network informally and formally and how to write a proper email.
I mean, that sounds like a really important class, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but not a lot of people like I learned how to write an email. Do you know how I learned how to write an email? I learned how to fucking write an email from a romance novel. This is how
Wait,
this
what?
moment. Yeah, I learned how to write an email from a romance novel. That's how dismal my fucking education is. Well, formal education anyway. I learned how to network with other thesis professors on a subject on my paper. And because I didn't really have any professors I could reach out to ask, hey, how do you write this email? Because they expect me to just be good at writing emails. I'm like, fuck it, I'll research. And while I was doing research, I was also reading this romance novel called The Love Hypothesis. And I learned, I
Just
read
realized
the
there is
emails
proper
from Love
ways to
Hypothesis.
write
I was like, fuck
emails.
it, I'll try to do this, but in my style. And yeah, it worked.
I don't know what to tell you there. However, Asterisk has, or Lexi
Oh.
has just redeemed something. So,
All right.
or I guess Lexi, who do you want to do the Ada Ada?
I could do it if you want. It's gonna be
I
horrible.
was actually already getting ready to do
Never
it.
long nocties, I'm simply stating the facts.
Lexi, who you wanting to try and break you, hun?
You could choose Selene, which is a good choice. You could choose Road, which I don't think I've even ever heard Road do an Ara Ara. Or you could choose me and be absolutely horrified.
If you do the Eldritch voice, I will.
I am doing the Eldritch voice.
Does that count as a say-so Ada Ada?
I think it's very say-so.
Yeah, that wouldn't really count as say so, considering it's jump scare material.
It is you found a random audible of H.P. Lovecraft type of scare.
Well, wow, Lexi's just not saying anything. I'm more than a little
Yeah.
disappointed.
You know what? Let's all do it.
All right.
Alright, I can get behind this.
Yeah. So Celine goes first, then Road, then me. Come on.
Oh, you want to start
Oh
with me?
damn. Okay.
Of course. Best
No,
always goes
that's-
first.
No, but shouldn't we save the best for last?
I don't know that I'm the best.
Oh no. Okay, do you want me to go first? And then we leave Celine for last so that they can actually recover from whatever the hell I'm
Fuck
about
it.
to say.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think Selene has ever heard me do this voice.
Go for it.
The
I'm
Zelda player
excited.
99 saying I've never experienced
Oh,
that. I
God.
stating facts saying I don't think
No,
I'll
that's
ever
not how
experience
it
a
goes.
relationship.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Self-deprecating, you lovely human being.
Lexi.
You sound like the one dog. It's like when the owner is like bringing the mouth, the snout open and close, like la 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 la. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah.
Like a bulldog that's way too wild.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Has that
There
given
you
you
go.
any inspiration for your dog language, Road?
Oh god.
My dog language learning.
Nah, if that actually becomes a thing, I seriously want to get some people in to, like, I can teach it to. I want it to be cringe in the best ways possible. And
Wait. Then
and
it's
I'm
Road,
dragging
it's
y'all
Road,
with
it's Road
me.
next. It's Road next. Road has to do it.
Okay.
Oh gods know that S Loki horrifying XD. Bart doing that sounds better than my voice.
Hey, Zelda, bap. Bap. Anyway. You know, I want to target someone, but there's someone that has not... I wish that... I know there's someone that I want to target, but I don't think that they are in here. So...
Oh, that's okay. I can clip it for you. Make sure they get it. Who are you gonna
The
target?
Zelda player 99 no bad.
I won't say who, because they've told me in private that I almost broke them the first time. And
Do it.
I do not want to say who it is out of respect of their privacy.
Yeah, that's fair. Anything related to an ara really should be done in private.
Okay.
Alright, let's hear it.
Ara.
See, that's charming. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna clip that and then
Alright.
I'll try doing mine. 'Cause I don't think I do this very well, honestly. Like, just at the end of the day.
You could fake a southern accent and say it like that. Ara ara.
That just sounds like ara ara.
Watch it like an anime character.
Hell yeah, brother. Ara ara.
God damn it! Also, thank you for that, Miss. I'm assuming that that's meant to be a compliment. Like, the Miss said that I sounded like an anime character with that.
Hell yeah. You sounded like a character from K, if you've ever watched that anime.
What was
Yes,
it?
it is a compliment.
K. It's literally just K, the letter K.
Oh no, I haven't heard of it.
It's great.
Let's see, Discord. There it is.
Alright, let's go. The superstar is about to take it. Let's do this.
Oh, bartender getting all
As a
excited because I'm
southerner,
gonna
I can
take it.
confirm that
Really?
what a southern
God.
era would sound like.
That's okay. You say that as many times as you need to. Just let it out.
Sugar, you just got my heart in a heartbeat, baby.
Oh. Ara.
Damn, she is smooth with it, isn't she?
Thank you for confirming that's what a southern ara would sound like, Zelda.
Can
Alright.
you do it one more time, Selene, please?
I don't know. Maybe I should make you redeem if you want to hear it
I
again.
ain't got no redeem points, I'm sorry. I'm just begging here.
One time our
Alright.
partner and us were
Let's
cracking
see what I
each
can
other
do.
up doing bad southern accents.
Ara.
Ooh, that felt good.
Well,
Do it any more times, and I think we're gonna have a cleanup.
God damn,
who's we?
Sugar.
Mark can clean his own stuff up. That is not
Yeah.
my problem.
Actually, fun fact, that is an ick for me. I like to clean my own
While
things, thank you
reading
very
the
much.
character's line from a game they
Well, there you
like.
go. I suppose we're pretty compatible on that.
God damn, sugar, you just stringed my heart in a heartbeat. God damn.
Well, I would hope your heart keeps beating. There's so much less that you can do once it stops.
Hey, Selene, don't ever walk into the rain, cause sugar melts, baby.
God damn, that was smooth.
Yeah, I didn't actually get it, but I'm gonna take it
Oh.
as a compliment.
Selene, don't ever walk into the rain. Cause if you didn't know, sugar melts.
I mean...
He's calling
How's-
you sugar. He's calling you sweet.
Oh! Oh, that was not a connection I was going to get on my own. Okay, thank you, Rod. That clarifies it. Alright, so... Glad we got rid of that nonsense. There's so much more to do with tonight. Although I have no idea what to do with any of it.
Note we are not
Oh, well,
saying
we'll find
yours are
something.
bad, just talking about southern accents reminded
I
us
will
of it.
finish this final
Okay.
fucking paper,
Okay.
and then I'm going to suffer.
You're suffering for fucking papers? Well, that explains a little bit.
I mean, I'm in uni, so yeah, basically. I always suffer for papers.
Bad southern accents are something that y'all got cracked up with, huh? Missed?
Someone say they're in uni.
Yeah,
the
bartender's in
sexiest-
uni.
I think the sexiest accent in America is still just Cajun. That is just ooh.
Yeah, I got no clue how to do a Cajun accent
Yeah,
myself.
no.
So,
That's a
Dang bachelors or masters.
Oh, did someone ask if I'm in uni?
Yeah,
Oh,
the myths
someone
are
did.
asking, are you getting your bachelor's or your master's?
I am getting my bachelor's, although I am very probable to drop out and instead take a boot camp on marketing. But it depends on whether or not my college will fuck me over. But yeah, basically.
I mean, let's
I'm-
face it, isn't uni for getting fucked over and over?
God, you make it sound sexy, but at the same time, it's like so depressing to hear that. It's like
What
I am
major?
both horny and depressed.
What
now,
is
see? That
what's
just
your
means
major?
You're a young adult.
I major in I specialize in multimedia arts and marketing with a major in no sorry I have a bachelor's in multimedia arts and marketing with a major in film and videography since I want to specialize in like filming advertisements for companies like Apple and Nvidia. Mostly especially like I would love to work for a startup company somewhere in either New York or Berlin. I just love the marketing firms that they have there.
New York
Fancy.
and Berlin are particularly good at it, huh?
Yes.
Well, that's good to know.
Fancy. Fancy, yes. Fancy. Although again, like I have I'm trying to finish this bachelor's because technically I stopped like I cross enrolled from computer science to marketing. So I have like I took 2 years of computer science, got depressed for a year, and then came back and tried to do a marketing degree, which I'm trying to finish, but like I don't think college is for me. So I'm just trying to like decide for now. So I'm just taking
Right.
classes as I decide and like do therapy on it.
You're partway through a master's and can't decide if university is for you.
Bachelor's.
Oh, partway through a bachelor's. Okay.
Hey, if I was in imagine if I was in masters
We are
and then
getting
just
a
decided
bachelor with a
halfway
dual
through.
major
You know,
in
I think the
classical
entire
cultures
idea
and
of university
anthropology
isn't for
goal
me.
is either to be a classical
know, you
archaeology
wouldn't be
or
the
medical
first.
anthropology.
I've had a senior like that. That was fucking insanity to just hear it. It was cool. I supported him all throughout it because he really just felt like he was okay with the bachelor's, and but that was just crazy. Like because he did it while we were having
Classical
dinner
archaeologist or
in like
medical
this hole-in-the-wall
anthropologist.
Chinese restaurant.
Mm.
He just looked up at me and be like, "I don't think my master's degree is for me," and I'm like, "Sick." Ah. Ooh,
Kinda wish that I went to college.
Jerry the Demon.
College, it's really dicey on how you can make it worth it. Because, like, I went to college for a bachelor's in linguistics. I am also certified to teach English as a second language, officially. And with how the linguistics field is, especially the ESL field, I cannot safely, competently
One of our bosses
make
has
up the
2
money that I
masters
lost
and was
from my
going
education.
into a doctorate, then decided
I
to be a
think if you study
librarian.
the second language, it might, maybe.
Huh?
If you study the second language and then taught English to a more foreign field, that might recoup
Well,
it.
the thing is, that's
Probably.
what I did before I went back to retail. I studied Korean for 2 years. My students were
Linguistic
my
is a
students
linguistic
were
field
from
of
Korea,
anthropology.
and I was associated with a company that would let me do connect to my students online, frankly, in a very shady way. But my experience with Korean made me very helpful to the team. Unfortunately, with how the system of that company was, and from what I've been now researching a lot of companies, ESL tutors and teachers don't really get as much money as they should. Very similar to how American teachers and tutors don't get enough money as they should.
Yeah. And yeah. Ah.
Well, I'd say they'll learn eventually, but the problem is they need a teacher for that, and nobody's willing to be a teacher when they can't make enough money for it.
Right.
The pay is low and the benefits are bad. Even
Yep.
here where I live.
Ah. Come on, tablet, why are you being iffy? Do I need to crop you before you're going to work?
What are you cropping?
I need to crop this so that, because it's being picky right now, so I'm trying to figure out if cropping the canvas will appease the spirit, as it were.
The spirit of Procreate. Didn't y'all just get an update that basically broke the software?
What's up?
You guys that use Procreate, y'all just got an update that broke the software, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of.
Attack of the Tech Gremlins.
Damn.
I mean, is it really actively maintained if you're not occasionally getting entirely breaking updates?
That is the truest thing I've ever heard about computer science in a long time.
Well,
you just reminded me of my fucked up GitHub.
I mean, the fact that you're maintaining your GitHub at all is still an improvement from where
What
I
is
am.
up with...
It is so fucking
I was considering
broken.
attending college to
My
become an
GitHub.
architect, though I also had a chance to go to
Oh, I
West
see, your
Virginia to
GitHub's
potentially go
broken.
through the political
Move
I
route.
wonder what else we can break.
Okay, you know what, Selene? That's the line. You can. It's hard to sexualize my GitHub because do you know what it is? It is a collection of broken fucking modules for Python that can barely script a Linux through like an Ubuntu script. It can barely do that. It's not sexy. In fact, it's horrifying.
Oh, you'd be amazed at what kinds of horrible things people will objectify.
Please don't.
Well, let's
But-
face it, there could very easily be a GitHub tan out there somewhere.
Don't. Please. Please don't sexualize GitHub. It's the only thing that's making. Why would you? Oh. Ah. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Write that commit. You do that. You fuck up that root fucking branch. You fuck
Oh,
up
yeah.
that commit.
Oh yeah, post directly to the main. No, don't do a pull request. Just put it right
Just
in.
push it through.
Yes, keep
Nice,
pushing.
I was originally going to
Oh.
be a vet,
Force
but
the
then
push.
streets major
Force
stress,
the-
depression.
Don't care about the merge
ADHD,
Don't care about the
PMS,
merge
over.
errors. Don't care about the merge errors. Just commit. Just push. Just commit.
I don't know if I can actually keep doing this without risking getting road demonetized.
I can't.
But
Yes.
I can. We'll just
Push.
have to do it somewhere else.
Push to the main very sexily. As my senior
Veterinarian
developer
is an
just
animal, DR,
fucks it
not
up
vet
and
as in
tells
veteran.
me I see no problem with it. Proceeds to create a problem for everyone.
Why did I have to make...
Skip.
the face is way too wide. I think that's the biggest problem. Because
Skip
that
that
doesn't
code
look right.
review.
No! Why? No! Oh no! Look at that code review! Oh, Jesu Cristo Dios mío!
That's okay.
Oh.
We don't need to review. You can just push it raw.
Oh no! What if there's a merge error?
Oh, don't worry. We'll handle all of your merge conflicts as they arise.
I am so worried about you two.
Oh, so that's how
that's
it is?
okay, Road. You just need to get with the program.
No! I hate that fun! I fucking hate that fun! I hate that I laughed. I'm taking my laugh back.
Caught you off guard, you bastard!
What?
The game was rigged from the start. God damn it. I gave up on on formal programming. Just made me depressed. But I like coding. As like if it's like a local thing, if it's just something like scripting for my system or like making a VM machine that does a very specific thing, it's just like the only thing I do. But other than that, like I don't touch coding
Right.
for theory or practice. Speaking of though, if there's anyone in chat that wants to learn computer science without a degree, just check out OSSU on GitHub. It's the open source university for computer science. So there you go.
Road's expression as you're advertising this. Just
It's an OSSU, bro. Helps students
Alright,
identify.
well, I'll take a look at it at some point here. I really should do more with my GitHub, but I don't know.
My
I've got
GitHub
a-
is.
I haven't been doing anything personal in quite a while. But, you know, that's what happens when you work for a software company. Is,
Yeah.
You know, they don't like it when you
When you
use
do a personal
talents for other
project.
people.
Do you have any idea like on what kind of personal project you'd ever work on?
Nice sweat drop road.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of my personal projects would be more.
I may
along
just have
the
to do
games
this
and
without the
entertainment field
glasses,
at this point.
because I like the angle, but the angle really doesn't do well with the glasses.
Show me your glasses. Let's see how they look.
Well, I've just tried to mod the face a little bit, but it's still looking iffy. At least to me. Because with how the glasses have to be... And... So we have a...
Your glasses don't have earpieces on your model, do they?
No. I mean, they do have legs, but they just kind of blend in with the hair, because the hair more tends to cover them when it's at a front view.
No, I mean, like, I'm looking at your stream right now and I'm not seeing the... the lights there. But even ignoring that, you could always make them wrap around your face a little bit more instead of leaving them at that particular angle. Like, this is part of the beauty of having something that's stylized, is you can warp the frames however you like in order to make an actually nice-looking style. Also, holy crap, those are way too straight. Like, even ignoring that we're not straight here,
My
still way
gate
too
is
straight.
telling me to try men once.
Well, when you get to like the hook that goes behind the ears, like that is not straight. But when you get to like the actual the legs themselves, before you get to the curve, they are relatively straight.
I mean, tapered and flared in a couple of ways, and that's before considering that my cat chewed on them.
Cat. Where is my dog? Oh, he's asleep. Okay, well.
But yeah, so first of all, stick figure glasses, no. Don't do that.
Yeah, no.
But second, why not try pulling one part of the frames down, like, just in front of where the iris is? So just to the left of the iris, and then have them basically wrap around as though they're like a visor or something like that. So the other end of it would still be just above the bridge of the nose.
Yeah, it would
Like,
look
just try
like
that without the earpiece.
It would look like a 1-point perspective. I think it would work. Yeah.
I want to
Just
see
give it a
how
try.
things are when I also move that a little bit, move the iris, just so that things are a little closer to the front of the face.
Ooh, an article about.
I mean, honestly, I almost wouldn't move the iris there just to really drive home the shock, but like, this is a road who is about to regret multiple somethings.
This is me when I start having to do the hot sauce Q&A, which y'all can get me up to.
You're doing a hot sauce Q&A?
Yeah, I have a milestone going on to where when I hit 175 follows, I'll do a hot sauce Q&A.
Ooh, do we get to choose the hot sauce?
You get to choose the cues.
Yeah, you guys give me the questions, and if I don't want to answer it, depending on the level of spice, determines the level of heat. So, like, for example, I have, like, a mango mild, I have a wasabi hot sauce, I have a habanero, I have an habanero red, I have an habanero green. I have 12 sauces that go up in intensity up until Carolina Reaper.
Nice. You're not a fan of hot or spicy food, are you, Road?
I like hot and spicy foods sometimes. I do want to try and get into like spicier foods eventually, like, but unfortunately, I am the only one in the apartment that likes getting into more spicy foods.
I would say if you want to try something spicy without compromising on flavor, if you haven't tried a mapo tofu, you should definitely try it.
Oh yeah, mapo tupu and like traditional like spicy tteokbokki during like Lunar New Year. Those are the shit.
I really don't like tteokbokki.
I
texture is all over me.
Considering the fact that to me tteokbokki has a very similar texture to mochi, and I like mochi, like that, like I'm pretty alright with it.
I like mochi. I do not like tteokbokki. I think maybe it's because tteokbokki is a bit tougher. Just slightly.
True.
I mean, it's spicy and it's not very chewy, so it's like the texture is all off, and I don't like it.
I mean, when you get it in a deep, wow, that was a voice crack. When you get it tteokbokki in a decent sauce, it helps to soften it a little bit more.
I guess. Oh. Mapo tofu, tteokbokki, bulgogi, kimchi, xiaomian, soup dumplings, gyoza. Ooh. I'm so ready for the end of classes. I am going to celebrate on an all Asian buffet. Let's fucking do this.
I miss being able to go to a going to a conveyor belt style sushi place. Like there was one that used to be right next to where I would go to uni, and I would go there every so often with like my Japanese and Korean friends. It was a
Hell
blast.
Sushi. I'm not in the mood for sushi right now, but I can definitely see myself in the future going hard on some sushi. Hard. Speaking of, I might cook some fucking spam musubi.
Ooh.
So why spam?
Spam musubi. It's just I just like the taste of like regular ass spam on like rice with a bit of soy sauce, mirin, maybe sake, and like sesame oil, and then wrapped around seaweed. It's really nice, especially when you bind the rice and the spam together with QP mayonnaise, like Japanese mayonnaise, and very, very slightly, just enough to change the flavor profile, but not enough to dominate it. A bit of ketchup to the QP mayonnaise, which is really good.
Oh, my tablet is not liking me right now.
I just love I just love Asian food. It's something that I learned about myself when I was still learning technically I still learn to cook every time I cook, but like when I was just starting out cooking, like I really I thought I would love more European style foods, but as it turns out, as I
LOL, we
discovered
have the
more
stuff to
cuisine,
make
my
miso
specialties
chicken
became
ramen
Chinese and
ATM. We should
Italian.
make that
So like
tomorrow.
yeah, Chinese, Japanese, and Italian were my things.
Interesting.
Yeah. Although I do dabble in some French dishes, but not by much. I don't really like French style dishes.
If you don't mind me asking, what are some things of French style dishes that you don't like?
I don't know the names for it because I forgot it a long time ago, but I really just don't like dishes like the ones that are like very vegetable heavy with like really maybe it was
We
the way
like
it cooked, but I
Asian
really didn't
cuisine
like this
because it doesn't
a bunch of
contain
these
much
dishes that
milk,
I
which
ate
we
that
are
were like
intolerant of.
very vegetable heavy that had like these sauces that were a bit too savory and wet. Well, not wet, sorry, liquidy. And it didn't really gel well with the textures in my mouth. And I'm a big stickler for texture, so you can probably tell. And I just didn't really like it. And that colored my perception of French food. Maybe it's wrong to think of it that way. Maybe I should try to cook French again. But for now, it's like I really just that experience as well as some other experiences of eating French food just
Right.
didn't resonate with me well.
Also, that's a good point, Mists. So the Mist just said they like Asian cuisine because it doesn't really contain a lot of milk, which is more prevalent in European foods, and also something that they are intolerant of.
Yeah. I escaped that gene. I'm not lactose intolerant. There's a reason why 2% of my budget every month is dedicated to only cheese. So, yeah.
More power
But
to you. Even if I wasn't lactose intolerant, despite the fact that I do still have dairy a good often time, I really am not that explorative with cheeses.
dude, I love blue cheese. I love Gouda. I love Fontina. I love fucking Parmigiano Reggiano.
I'm
Oh, I
apparently
love.
pretty explorative with meats, though. Like, most people that I have met don't know
We weren't
don't
throwing up
know
but got an
Geta.
intestinal infection that caused our
Goetta.
intolerance. Luckily, we can have many
Sorry,
hard
G
cheeses.
O E
Goetta.
Geta.
More in German, it's Goethe.
Geta. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice umami kind of meat. Less salty compared to sausage.
Oh, this looks nice.
Oh yeah, Gouda is really good.
Do I have another Do I have another inspiration to spend $50 to $75 of test ingredients on? I think I just did. Get that. All right. Pork, sausage, and beef. Pork or sausage and beef. Okay, well, it's gonna be sausage and beef. Pinhead oats. I might replace that with something else. And spices. Okay, well, that might. Okay, sure. I'm gonna look for German main spices, which is going to be hard. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this would be nice to cook. Yeah. This with like some lemon slices in the morning and a bit of like no, actually not lemon slices, lime slices and tomatoes and some spinach. Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
Right? We're gonna do this. Hard cheese. Okay. What else? Du-du-du-du-du.
Oof.
Okay. So one on the disinformation of media, one on the decentralization of the internet,
Wait, what?
another on
What
the
sucks the most is
no,
that we
sorry,
are the
this is
only
like
one in our family
trying
who's
to
intolerant,
condense a
so we
lot of the
should have the
knowledge that I have
lactase
into
persistence
writing the
gene,
last
not for that
paragraph of
bloody
my
infection
academic
we
paper,
be
which is
fine.
like I have to summarize the decentralization of the internet, the disinformation that is found on the internet, which is very prevalent here in Asia, media literacy and finding what do you call this autonomy in the digital age, as well as the benefits of digital technology on relationships and interactions, and some of the factors that led to the ever increasing economic and digital divide that happens in the West and the East.
Oh.
We're gonna write that. Okay.
Also, speaking of ways that technology enhances relationships, hello, Lexi.
Lexi!
How did you get that? How did you get that from there? But thank you. Thank you for the intro.
I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all.
Oh, God, my back, motherfucker.
My neck, my back, my crippling
My-
anxiety attacks.
Hell yeah, Lexi.
Alright, that's about
just
as best as I'm
described
going to
my
get
morning.
lining.
Oh yeah, Lexi. Did you already send me the thing with the tiny?
I have not been able to get a hold of Tiny, so the best you're gonna have to work with is her PNG model, which I can go ahead and send that to you instead.
No, it's fine. Instead of doing that, just wait for Tiny. I'm just gonna start working on the next one, so you have 2 videos to post in one go.
Bet. Also, I'll get more into detail off stream, but I think you quoted me for videos I've already paid for.
Oh, then I will fix that then.
Like, I know I owe you for some of the work, but it's like, let me help go down the list with you, because good job on the invoice. Holy shit, you are detail oriented. It's like I'm like, yes, pay the editor. However, paid for this one already. But we'll get into that later on.
I had to learn how to make my invoices real quick when I found out that no one was willing to teach me. So I was like,
Gotcha.
okay, well.
It do be like that. I have winging this last minute. Again, to Road and anyone else part of the Patreon, I'm sorry on your orders. It's taking a
you're
while.
good.
I am finally. I lost post office account, and I had to make another one, which wasn't as
How-
bad. It was kind
You
of
lost.
painless.
How do you lose a like the digital post office account or like the
I
post
couldn't-
office account?
I lost my password, and then I went to go answer the questions, my security questions, and somehow I know my favorite movie of all time. But apparently, the United States Post Office says, no, that's not your favorite movie. Like, bitch, it is my favorite movie. It's been my favorite movie since I was in high school. And I read through their terms of service. There's no number to call. If you forgot your password and you forgot how to answer your questions,
You
you're
have
shit
to
out of
do it
luck.
face-to-face.
Wow.
Yep.
Also,
Luckily-
Miss, thanks a bunch for the full care package.
Luckily, there's not that much. I just have to go through and painless and I said painless, but painfully go back in and put in everyone's address in the Patreon, which I am doing right now. Good news is it's a lot more organized than the first order.
Yay!
Well,
I
congratulations on learning from your experiences.
That is a rare thing that's a rare thing for me. So yes, thank you for that.
You know, it might be rare now, but I believe in self-improvement. And I think you're going quite a long ways toward that goal. So, good job.
Thought she was gonna go in for the good girl there, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want me to call you a good girl?
you don't you don't have to. You don't have to.
Oh, I see.
I did not know that Lexi had a mood of kicking and giggling. What the fuck?
How did you know I was kicking?
Cause I know yo bitch ass. I knew you was kicking and shit.
My God, I love my new mic. Thank you again, Fee.
Oh yeah, you do have a
Wow.
new mic, don't you?
Yee.
Good to know that you'll start kicking if I really start driving you wild.
Left my phone to charge for a bit, and now there's the amazing, adorable,
On this
and
episode
extremely
of
cute
Lexi has
on
a
screen.
romantically induced heart attack.
Zelda! Thank you for coming in at such a wonderful point where it is
Road
apparently break Lexi hour.
On this episode of Lexi has a romantically induced heart attack, Road fucks up his glasses, Bark fucks up his love life, and Selene is still our good girl. More on that at 10 p.m.
Oh, I'm not just a good girl. I am the undisputed queen, and we all know it.
That is false. I'd like to dispute that because forever in my heart, Diana will always be my queen. Princess Diana. Goddamn.
God damn.
She never even ascended to the throne.
How dare you? She ascended in our hearts.
I knew he was gonna go there.
I'm disappointed.
She may not have been Queen of England, but she was queen of all of our hearts. She deserved it.
You are so extra today, Bark. I love that.
I will defend Queen Diana till the day I die.
I might also have been winding him up for the better part of stream. So.
I see.
See, Alexi, if you want to get wound up, you just have to make sure you're hopping into Road's stream regularly.
You know, I realized if I ever want to put my life on a harder difficulty, besides already having disabilities, I could just hop in when Celine's in chat and see just how long it takes me to get my work done, because it's getting done, but I'm also like, wait, I gotta
Sweetheart.
I gotta mail a package to the UK? Oh, fun.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Fuck.
Lexi, I have
can't
every
do-
reason to believe you'll get your work done. After all, I know what I'm going to say once you do.
It is my incentive to finish my work.
Yeah,
Jeez,
she's
where's
gonna say you should fix your post office account.
I gave up and just paid a new one.
Yeah, Lexi, I'm sure your work's not all that'll get finished.
Damn, she do be kicking and giggling.
Yeah.
Just means I'm doing it right.
Oh, there's a lot of lesbian love art right now on my Twitter timeline. What the fuck?
Good stuff.
How befitting of this moment.
The gays are out to get me.
Dearie, we're out to get each other. You can go do your own thing.
There are. God, is Twitter trying to tell me something? There's a lot of like gay Lord of the Rings and really lesbian arcane fan art on my TL right now.
Here's the thing, Bart.
Okay,
Here's
Lord
Bart,
of the Rings is gay.
It is
Let's be
so very much.
honest.
It
Let's
is
be
so very
honest.
much gay.
It's not gay. It is just pro
CWT.
safe masculinity.
I ship.
I'll allow
yeah,
that.
okay,
but
that is
still.
fair. Also, Oni, Oni, hi.
I really okay. This is not to discredit a lot of the
I
fan
hate
art
it.
that happened for the gay Lord of the Rings, but I really just don't like the fact that a lot of people really push gay Lord of the Rings when it feels more like a very healthy expression of masculinity.
Right.
Like it's really
Lord.
like it's like masculinity where it's like strong and dignified while still having the vulnerability to like give your brothers a kiss on the forehead, to hug them when they're in pain, to let them know that you always have their backs. It's just
Yeah. No, I get you with that.
Absolutely.
I do
And
still
Tolkien based it off
have
of
my
the-
ships, but I'm never going to pressure. Like they may be, I may have like my OTPs, but I am never going to pressure other people to have the same ships and OTPs as I do.
there is only one true ship in Lord of the Rings, and that's Balrog and the fucking floor.
Now you got it.
Oh, this is a nice video.
Now she fucking got it.
what happened?
Oh, I just said that there are no real
We just are
ships
starting
in
for
Lord of
some
the
kind
Rings
of
except for
representation.
Balrog and the
Also,
fucking
gay
floor.
elves and dwarves are like
That is the one
best
true ship
gay.
in Lord of
You're
the Rings.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Miss. It is really hard for our communities to get like proper representation. So we kind of we do kind of like make our own with our ships. Definitely.
Yeah.
You built
Yeah,
this ship with your
it's-
hands, and you'd be proud of it when it sails.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And Tolkien based the Lord of the Rings in large part off of the Catholic priesthood, oddly enough. So that's some of where people start applying that gay undertone. It's the same thing that they often apply to priests.
Hey, apparently I have
ignoring the age
41k
gaps,
channel
which-
points.
Now that I
Ignoring
think about it, there probably are age gaps in Lord of the Rings if we're blunt.
Yeah.
The elves don't die of old age,
What
right?
about Greece?
And dwarves are long-lived, but like not as long-lived as the elves. Am I remembering this right? Because like my
Yes.
Tolkien lore is not high.
Yeah, if I remember right, the elves are nigh immortal.
Yes.
Short of like bleeding out or something like
Yeah,
that.
they're
Yeah.
not
I'm
invulnerable,
literally
but they are
studying Greece
immortal.
and
Like
Rome
they
at
can
uni
technically
for my
live forever.
degree.
Like Galadriel is what, 3,000? 4,000 years
Yeah,
old?
she was extremely like she was up there.
Galadriel age. Let me just check. Yeah, technically she's 725, and I think even by the Silmarillion, I don't know. She was already like really old, but yeah, 725. So technically nigh immortal. Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got elves who can practically live forever. You've got dwarves who can live a hecking long time, but not going to live as long as elves. And you've got humans who are like gone in the blink of an eye. And then you've got hobbits who sit somewhere in between dwarves and elves. That's like recipe for age gap material all over the place.
Yeah.
Now I know why there's so much sugar daddy fanfic on my fucking timeline.
What
What is wrong
Okay,
with you?
To answer your, to kind of wind things back to what I was going to say earlier, I feel, since you've entered my circle, and you kind of just moved from one circle to another, I knew instinctively the day you showed up to my server, everything was just going to get a lot, like, really gay, really fast. And almost every chance I see you on stream, and I hear about your news feed, or your conversations, and I'm just realizing, oh yeah, it's all coming together now.
Wait, who are you saying this
Me.
to?
Bark.
I mean, because Lexi says that it's possible that I might be gay, and I don't think
No,
I
no, no.
am.
I know
I
it's
just-
not that you're gay. I'm just saying you're like pre. Okay, I'm not trying to make myself like the center of attention here, but it's like everything up until you met me wasn't as LGBT rounded, but it's now become just more flexible. It's become more fluid in a sense. You're now it kind of just opened up more colorful doors for you to
Let's check out. Yeah. Well, ever since I met you, I've followed a lot of artists that I did not know was very like LGBTQ friendly. So now I just have a lot of. Actually, this is your fault. This is your
Yeah.
fucking fault. Ever since I followed you on Twitter, all of my recommended has just been trans friendly and gay friendly artists.
You're welcome.
This is your fault. You're the reason I can't open my fucking Twitter in public.
Oh, wait till you follow me on other socials where you just have nothing but Ludus cosplayers. Because that's where
Bro.
that before I even entered Twitch, I was a
I need
cosplay
into this.
photographer.
I want more
And I did a
LGBT
lot of like
art.
photography services for other models.
I opened
So-
my Twitter in front of my mother, and the first thing I see
Oh no!
is Jinx getting railed by Caitlyn. Do you understand? This is your fault. I
Good.
can't do it anymore.
Also,
Good.
hey, Lexi.
What's up?
The Mists, one of the mods in my server is asking for some of that art.
Some of the art. Wait. My art or oh you
No,
mean some of the
yeah,
pho-
some of
photos
the
I've
some of the
done.
LGBT art.
Okay. I mean, I can list you a few cosplay models that I did photographs for. Also, thank you for the shout out.
Yee.
Well, I mean, you're here, you're doing stuff, and people are trying to get more in touch with you, so
Yee.
least they can do is actually put you front and center where you belong.
Especially given the fact, what are we doing next Wednesday?
Correction, I need all the
Oh,
LGBT
great! I get to
art.
advertise this. So next week we have this is a working title, by the way. It's just asterisks.
You can't
my
even
art-
say
it's
your
my
own
art jam.
fucking name, girl.
I can't because the thing is I say asterisk, but I don't know if I to say asterisks or asterisk. I don't know how to
Asterisks.
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 Yeah, so think
It's
like
my
trying to
it's
say.
my art jam. My first art jam, which is a art collab, a bi-weekly art collab with several different artists from different mutual servers, different
Gonna
and mutual
switch to
servers.
another phone real quick. I'll be back.
Essentially, it's going to be a bi-weekly event with rotating artists. Road is going to be part of this. We have Ariastacia, Vega Wishing Star, Mama Fox, Rinka Mew,
KKC,
Road to
soon
Dust,
Zelda.
Gummy Medusa, and many other artists are signing up as well.
Yee.
Currently, it's going to be the 7 of us all drawing on the same night. We're going to take it kind of easy as it being our first art stream together, just kind of get to know each other and kind of just go with the flow. And then eventually, we're going to be spinning a wheel that prompts us to draw other things for the next couple of minutes. It's kind of a work in progress sort of thing because I want to see how long this is going to turn out because I've let all the artists know that they can come back at any time to join for any more streams. Like they're not required to be at every episode. It's just a matter of me rotating artists, see how well we work around each other, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be happening next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Sounds like a grand time, Lexi. I'll be looking forward to seeing what comes out of it.
Yeah,
Me
and
too.
do let me know your exact your official name for it by ideally like Saturday night, because I normally try and get my schedules out for my community by Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon.
That I'm just gonna call it Art Jam until we find a more
I'm
creative
back
name
with a reminder
as
that
it goes
you're all
on.
a
But I
bunch of
sent you that
cuties.
that little that one work in progress photo that I made
Yeah.
to kind of showcase. But yeah, I'm happy with the way it looks. I was worried a bit looking a little too cheesy with the layout that I came up with,
No,
but
it's cute.
thank you.
An amazing art auspice.
Amazing heart. What now?
An amazing art auspice.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I was honestly getting ready to, when I was already prepping my schedule for next week, I was so tempted and so ready to write the name that Night Haze recommended, because like, that fits you so
what was
good.
it? Degen.
Degen Gallery.
Degen Gallery. It could work. I think I just need to get a few more artists on board because what I'm doing for the art, for the promotional art, is putting a different artists in their PNG or their VTuber model for each of the letters. But I'm like, I
Yeah.
don't think I have enough to spell out Degen and then Gallery. Maybe in time it'll just be like a collection of the artists and some of their works.
I mean, you could, if you had you and 6 other artists, and you could do the gallery and have everyone's name in that.
That's
or you could have it for the first word, Degen, because that's 5.
We got possibilities.
Yeah.
The gallery sounds like such an awesome community name. Where are you going? The gallery.
Going to the gallery on a Wednesday
Not
night.
a gallery, the gallery.
The gallery.
Thinking we might get on our tablet when
I
we
like that.
finish
Not at
our
all.
food
One
and
must
start
attend the
experimenting
gallery
with
on
Krita
Wednesday
to see
night.
if we like it. We
After
own
all,
both
it
Krita
wouldn't do
and
to
Sai,
be
so
out
we
of
may switch
society
from
in
using
such a
Clip
way.
Studio to one of those.
No, it would not. And so we spin our hearts once more into the gallery.
I do hope you'll be attending the gallery with me. I'll be so disappointed if I don't see you there.
Perhaps if time willing, I could commit to the gallery. God, it's just such a cool fucking thing!
It's
the gallery!
calling
making
it
one of
just
the
the
soldiers.
gallery makes it sound so posh.
Very posh. And yet we're a bunch of degenerates.
The gallery.
You say that like degeneracy can't be something posh. When in
It's 20
fact,
It
it's
is
the
currently
posh people
20.
who are the most degenerate of all.
Yeah.
I really don't have a Fuck, I got back to back to making new stuff.
Lexi,
Why? Why?
get back to working on your shit.
I have ADD. I got like 100 things to look at right now.
That is the mood.
Alexi, we're not mad at you. We just want to make sure you get
Yeah,
things done.
I'm just meaning this to joke with you, hon.
Later.
Speak for yourself. I'm fucking mad. Hey, girl, go back to work.
I am cross, like, but I'm not like angry. I'm meaning this to more joke with you, hon.
What are you gonna say?
Wait, what?
He just said go back to work.
Oh, I thought you were like leading up to like go the fuck to work, because that was something that along the lines of something I would say.
No, you just go back to work, Lexi.
Lexi,
No scream,
it's
no
been
nothing,
lovely to
just
have
work.
you with us.
Mm-hmm.
Now please give me more reason to tell you what a lovely job you've done, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
Oh.
Germa as a VTuber? That's Germa as a VTuber.
By the
I
way,
have no idea what's going on all of a sudden.
I don't either, but it took me this long to realize that Road's been working on emotes the entire time.
Yep.
I just
Yep.
I am just
Well, high crossed on Zelda.
I'm gonna take a look at this. I'm looking at the one you're working on right now. Is this you sipping the tea?
Yep.
The tea is
But I am
steeping.
scared. But instead of actually just being like the sassy, oh yeah, I'm like, y'all do your bit. I'm just doing my shit. I have my tea. Fuck off. Bark recommended that I change the expression a little bit. Like I'm more scared while I am in view of other people's turmoil. I'm like, I don't want to be here. I just
Mood.
want my tea.
That's
What
a
the
mood.
fuck?
Oh, quick request. Please don't make the tea Lipton. Please make it Earl Grey. Like Salome Earl Grey. Or like
Oh.
Vicomte Earl Grey. Please.
You're gonna have to tell me, like, what color, like, that normally is.
No, the tea is fine. The tea color is just tea, like brown
The
tea.
tea
but
color should be a bit darker than what you've got there if we're doing
Okay.
Earl Grey. Which
But,
is my favorite tea, conveniently enough.
I prefer English breakfast, but I think Earl Grey works better for this. English breakfast is so nice.
I don't
I-
recall giving you a vote.
On English breakfast? How dare you?
All right.
No,
well,
I don't recall giving you a vote on what's in the emote here.
Oh. Alright. No,
I
just
don't disagree with you that Earl Grey is the appropriate drink, but
I did say, like, can I make a suggestion? Then I made the suggestion. You could just tell me to not, you could tell me to fuck off, and that'd be well within your rights.
oh, don't be silly. If I'm gonna tell you to fuck someone, I'm gonna make sure it's someone I can actually control.
See, that's supposed to be kind of horny, but at the same time, I'm like, I really just want autonomy in a relationship because my last relationship was a very controlling one. I really just
Sounds
don't
like
want
a
that.
grand
We have a
reason not to
literal
have any
cabinet for
kind of
teas and
power
tea
dynamics going on
accessories.
there.
We
You're
love
fine.
tea so much.
I honestly don't care if you're not particularly turned on by any of
No,
this.
I know.
So,
It just reminded
that's
me
fine.
of that. It just reminded me of that time.
Okay, well, I am sorry about triggering some trauma in you there, dearie. That was not
It's
meant.
okay. That's why
No, but I'm glad you brought it up.
we're trying to do better here. Not just like
Exactly.
as a person, but like personally, we're trying to find a woman that appreciates a man properly. Like
Well,
we're
good
trying
luck
to
with
find
that.
trying to find a woman that I can love with all my heart and still makes me feel secure about myself and all that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to want, and I'm glad that that's the direction you're looking.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Just
a
trying to find a
healthy choice.
woman. Just trying to find a woman that will let me take pictures of her feet to post on my Facebook page. You know what I mean? Like,
Nope, you lost me at the feet.
I'm assuming you're meaning that as like a joke, as a bit, but nah, you
Yeah.
lost me. You lost me.
just trying to find a strong, independent woman that takes feet pics, but like really, really weird feet pics.
Oh,
Like feet pics, but for some reason the feet is on a Mediterranean beach.
Don't make me snort soda
why are you
out
the way
my
you
nose.
are?
You know, we're not gonna yuck anyone's yum here. And Lexi, how
Yes.
is that work going?
Oh,
It's going wonderful. I am down to the last address, and I'm about to generate a quote for how much shipping is going to be, and I have an idea for how much it's going to be. I can only hope it's going to be less than what I imagine it, but I could be wrong because now I have to deal with one international package, so I'm like, that's going to be maybe an extra 10. I don't know.
you're giving one to Monkey. I forgot about that.
Oh no, Monkey's not signed up for this. We just have a fan in the UK.
The UK? The British exist?
Apparently, according to the address that I was given, yes, they are still around.
That's a lie. The British don't exist.
No, they exited stage left. Or sorry, Brexited stage left.
I hate that joke. I hate that joke. I fucking hate that joke.
Oh my god,
That's
high fives across the
gross.
board. I am so. That is.
That's
That was
gross.
good. That was
I
fucking
hate
good.
it. I hate it.
That was a knee slapper. Holy shit, that was hilarious.
No.
I don't care. That was the first time I ever heard that joke. That was hilarious. The rest of y'all in chat, why aren't you laughing? Y'all fucking laugh. You know that was funny.
Hey now, don't bully the chat.
Noctis just tells me much luck.
Zelda,
on
thank you for the
finding my
boo.
woman.
How you doing? Also,
Thanks,
Zelda, you have over 40,000 points. Why ain't you using them?
Oh, they're saving him.
I don't
40K?
know.
I don't have anything worth 40k.
I have enough to redeem. Change the channel.
Let's change the channel.
Change the
Oh,
channel so it's like if I'm drawing, change the channel and I do something else. I could do gaming, videos, whatever.
Yeah, so we could switch it over to Boyfriend Dungeon if we had Dogman here, or we could...
What's boyfriend dungeon?
It is
What
an,
did you like to know?
it is an isometric. Well, it's one part
It's a dating
isometric.
sim with dungeon crawling.
Yeah, it's
where
one part
all of the love interests
isometric
are
dungeon
weapons.
crawl and one
Odd.
part dating sim.
I too wish to fuck a battle axe. I just didn't
I
think it'd be
thought
possible.
Grindr came out with a brand new kink-based fucking thing.
I mean, I'm not saying there's no kink in this. It's very inclusive.
Boyfriend dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, Lexi, the
Same
battle
reason
axe
why I have
exists.
over 160k channel
Can you
points.
fuck
but
it?
That one is a
Lance
fairly
channel
large guy,
kinda
isn't it?
afraid to spend
Can
all
you
of
fuck
those
it?
hard-earned points
Yes.
at this point.
Yes, sold.
Yes.
Sold. I will change the channel at some point.
Okay, ignoring
Oh!
that we're like 3.5 hours in here. I don't know how long Road
Oh,
is
that is
going
Oh
to
no,
be.
oh no, I
beautiful
don't plan
black-
on doing that now. I plan to do it when Road least expects it.
Oh,
Sure, just make sure Dogman's around because I don't do that many guy voices.
oh my god.
And Dogman's guy voices are so much
Why
better.
does this
God
remind
damn
me
it.
of
Why
some
is the
movie we
Asian
watched
boyfriend
as a
in
kid?
Boyfriend
One of the
Dungeon
characters
a
had an
K-pop
ability
idol?
that let
Stop!
them change the channel and was using it for evil.
What was I doing? Oh right, last address. Fuck.
God,
Oh,
damn it.
not now,
Not
Lexi.
all
You
of
gotta
us-
finish that last
Lexi.
address first.
not all of us are K-pop idols. Some of us are chefs and doctors. Fuck
Well,
you.
wait. Same reason why I have over 160k for Lance's channel. Kind of afraid to spend all the hard-earned points at this point. That's fair. If there's anything that you would like to redeem
I
them
know
for
what to
at some
redeem.
point, so that you know what to redeem. Thank you for the hydrate. You
I need to
absolute
watch
beam.
more of Lance, Rinka,
Stretchies.
and
Thank you for the stretchies. So you
Okay, I'm
could
gonna
save
have to go
points
grab
by doing the
something
full
to drink.
care package.
Okay,
But
take care, Selene. Come back.
Yeah, don't worry, he'll be right back. Especially since I know Lexi's gonna want that reward once she finishes.
Write that down. Write that down. Write that down.
Bah. But yeah, Zelda, if there's anything that you would feel more comfortable redeeming, let me know, and who knows, maybe it might be something that the community will want as a redeem, and I could have that set up.
Redeem 10,000 point redeem does change his jacket.
You mean like a whole new redesign for my model for only 10,000?
Yes.
No, like you literally just flip the colors. Like you go from, like,
Color palette swap.
yeah. So you go from, like, rather than light blue, like dark blue, you go from dark blue to light blue.
Damn, Ohio still exists. God damn.
Ohio exists?
According
It
to the last...
does, unfortunately.
Damn.
I went ahead and sent Babe that what was it? Wow, that one song, "Swag Like Ohio."
The hell is
And,
an
Ohio.
Swag like Ohio, down in Ohio. Oh,
Next, you're gonna tell me that Detroit exists.
what's a Detroit? Don't gaslight me. Don't make up names. Don't make up names.
What is Detroit?
What is a Detroit?
There is no such thing as New Jersey. There is only small New York and bigger New York.
I gotta have
The
this
hell is
a
an
bit
Ohio?
darker.
Ohio is where your weird homophobic uncle went.
Makes sense.
It's a mythical city that lives somewhere in the US, and if you believe the stories on TikTok, it also for some reason contains the last name of Obama, the missing medication for Biden, and Trump's last hair that is not dyed for some reason.
According to Urban Dictionary, Ohio is a twisted vortex that sucks in all who dare make haste across the treacherous land.
OISNT,
Home
that
of a
how
big
you say
hair,
hello in
bad
Japanese or
genes, and some
something.
sort of odd spell I can't put my finger on yet. Residents have a penchant for combing their mullets and... Okay, I can't say the rest of that. Oh my god. Oh god. I can't finish that.
It's okay, Lexi, you don't need to finish it. We all know better to really look up Ohio.
Mhm.
I
You
feel like
believe
I feel like I just awakened an eldritch horror after typing in Ohio. Like there might be something crawling under my bed.
I have yet to meet someone from Ohio
Lexi
who
has
is
been
happy about this
traumatized.
fact.
Who is what?
Who is happy about being from Ohio.
Yeah, Babe isn't happy about it at all.
I'm not happy about it either.
The last thing I hear in the night is that swag like Ohio, down
The
in Ohio.
I think the mythical American states is Wyoming, Ohio, Illinois, and most probably like Alabama. Those are like the big four of just
This-
mythical U.S. states.
How
don't
is
forget
Illinois
Florida.
mythical?
Alabama,
No, how is Illinois mythical?
because if you if you believe the stories, Chicago doesn't exist.
How do you make the claim that Chicago, of all places, doesn't exist?
Understand that Bark is from the Philippines, so
Most of my knowledge is very secondhand.
No, I don't disagree with you on that. It's just, of all the places to say, because, like, Chicago is very much a place. There are a lot of people dying in Chicago. But, like, you contrast that with, say, North Dakota or South Dakota, where the entire population of the state
Swag
is a
like
rounding
Ohio
error.
down in Ohio.
Those are
Wait,
places
what?
you can make a reasonable argument don't really
No
exist.
fucking way. No, you're
Yes,
joking.
Yep. Compared to something like Texas or Arizona, the entire state of South Dakota's population would be a rounding error inside of a metropolitan area.
Holy shit! It's a mythical state. It doesn't exist.
it's like the Bermuda Triangle all over again.
Yeah.
You're more likely to find someone from the Bermuda Triangle.
Hold that.
At least I can
The
point
nearest
out where the
neighbor in
Bermuda
South
Triangle is on a
Dakota
map.
is on the other
I
side
can't
of
find
the state.
Wyoming.
I
Okay,
can't
that has more, Lexi, that has more to do with the American education system than it does with, these places not existing. But,
Amen.
Actually, sorry, that just reminded me of something. So do you remember how everyone was talking about raiding Area 51? There was another one that came up after that saying we're going to storm the Bermuda Triangle. It can't swallow us all. And last I checked, I don't remember anyone else following up on what happened there. Did they all get swallowed up?
Can't
I don't know.
swallow at all.
Lexi, if there's one thing you know people tend to underestimate, it's the ability to swallow.
Well, I finished the addresses. Now to generate the quote. And
Shit,
oh,
I forgot.
fuck! I forgot I gotta weigh the packages!
Lexi, can you send me the link for the calendar?
What, the link to the calendar? Oh, you want to, like,
Yeah.
show it, or do you want to look at it? What's up?
No, I'm gonna buy it. What do you mean?
I love how we're on road stream and Lexi's just straight up doing business.
I mean,
It's
I
not a
apo-
bad thing, but
No, but I apologize. I apologize. I don't want
I'm fine
things-
with it. Like, this is all pretty chill. I really do not. I am pretty indifferent right now,
Okay.
honestly.
Understandable. Just know that I don't usually do this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
so
all
what you're
good.
saying is that's never happened before.
I
How many times have I heard that in the
Talking about
bedroom?
how
Holy
Ohio
shit!
plays tea
Oh
compared to
no!
her work.
Heard or said? Damn, Bark.
More said. God damn, bro. I wasn't expecting to get hit by a stray. See, that's never happened before. Cue memories of me of that happening five more times.
Look, I'm not here to judge. There's so many things to do.
Yeah. Like eating Cheetos on the bed, but then the Cheetos don't actually get on the sheets.
Ew.
God, that's so
Oh.
sexy. That is like the sexiest thing I think a woman could do with me. It's like eat Cheetos, but for some reason the dust just doesn't get on the covers.
Well, I fail in that department. God damn. Hot Cheeto dust everywhere.
I mean, that's a problem?
What, the Cheeto dust or my
Yeah.
very high standards?
No, the Cheeto dust getting everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, not everywhere. It's just okay. This gets sound really extra. I actually have gotten to the point where, depending on the situation, I will wear gloves while eating hot Cheetos. Depending if it's like at the end of the night, or I'm just like I just want a quick snack, but I don't want to like have to go wash my hands. So I'll put on one of my gloves, just to eat hot Cheeto, because God help me, that invention where someone came up with like these little chopsticks for your fingers.
Mm.
It's like a little extension to grab chips without dirtying your fingers. I refuse to invest in such a stupid concept. But every day when I slap on a glove, just eat hot chip. I think to myself, maybe I was too harsh on this idea.
Modern problems require
So
modern
maybe I will invest in
solutions.
That is a fair
chopsticks.
point. Modern problems require modern solutions.
Wait, can I quickly ask that? Do all of you know how to properly use chopsticks, or is this just like?
No,
'Cause
no,
I've asked
I'm
before.
Bitch,
cultured.
I
I'm
know how to
cultured.
use chopsticks. The fuck you talking about?
We know how to use chopsticks.
chopsticks. When I was at a team lunch, so this was a few companies ago now. We had a group of, I think it was 8 or 9 people from East Asia, and then me and one other white person. We get to this Thai restaurant. Everybody orders, and the only 2 people eating with chopsticks are me and the other white person.
Yep, that sounds about right.
That's just, I have no idea why that ended up being the case, but it felt
Well-
weird at the time, and it still feels weird now.
Well,
So,
here's the
You're
thing.
back.
If you're
Right.
with Asians that just like using chopsticks a lot, for a lot of the times,
I
people
can't
who just
use
use chopsticks
to
really
save
just do
my
it
life.
out of comfort. So from time to time, like we can't be asked to like use chopsticks, so we'd rather just use spoon and fork.
sure.
Yeah, that's
If you
fair.
feel comfortable. Oh, poor Zelda is having can't use chopsticks to save their life. That's not okay.
It's a pretty decent learning curve when trying to get used to chopsticks. So don't beat yourself up over it, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
I,
son's still learning, so it's don't stress on it. You're never too old to learn something new.
E.
my,
And I find it easier to eat noodles with chopsticks. It just
Learning my only
that's
weakness.
my Asian ass uses chopsticks for everything, so I kind of got used to it. Like, I cook. I don't only just use it for eating. I use it to cook. I use it to serve. So like a lot of the Asian dishes that I do, I don't normally use like a tong or like a fork. I use a chopstick. So it just kind of became a thing that I started doing. A lot
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, well, it's a super convenient way to do it. And Zelda, learning isn't your only weakness. Your cuteness is one of your greatest weaknesses.
Also, free market capitalism, but yeah, mostly the cuteness.
Free market capitalism has me bent over a barrel in all the ways I don't want it to be.
Yeah. Ain't free market capitalism just a bitch? Ain't she just?
No.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
see,
not cute.
bitches are literally dogs that have been bred. And free market
market
capitalism doesn't actually bring anything into the world. It just
Yeah, no,
destroys
it's
what's
a-
there.
It's a mutated bug that for some reason has 3 breathing problems, 4 liver problems, and 5 lung problems, and it's just
And-
it's still alive for some reason, but
Well, because that's the most economical thing is to just let it stay alive.
why can't we have better capitalism?
Because there's no such thing as better capitalism.
Yeah, you right. Uh,
Well, this took a turn. Go from very explicitly flirting to food to capitalism.
Alright, I'll admit that learning
These
ISNT
are
is my only
transitions.
weakness. I
I'm
forgot
going
about
back to calling Zelda
socializing.
cute because that's something I can actually win.
Mm.
Zelda is adorable.
Zelda
feel like
is adorable. Zelda, you do
feel-
a great job socializing. Why are
Yeah.
you being so harsh on yourself?
I feel like Zelda is the physical embodiment of a gentle head pat. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know, I don't think you're wrong. And now I just kind of want to give Zelda more gentle head pat. You know?
I want to rub Zelda's hair, like very gently. Just like rough it up a little bit. Then
Give
head
it a
pat.
floof.
Yeah.
Floof the Zelda.
Floof the Zelda.
Floof the
There you-
Zelda.
Floof the Zelda. Floof the Zelda. Floof
in
the
the
Zelda.
There you go, sport. God. I just want a Cajun woman to call me sugar or sport. Can you fucking imagine the amount of dedication and love that would spill out of you if a Cajun woman just told you, there you go, sugar. Now don't burn yourself. And I'm like, ah, yes, mommy. Yes, mother. It's not even sexual. It's literally like, mom. Yes, mom. I won't do it. I swear, mom. Thank you, mom. And don't beat yourself up, sugar.
Ooh, I like that bit of reflection you're adding into the glass there, Road.
Yeah.
It's a nice touch.
I'll actually have that translucent as well. Maybe just at a 95. Oh wait, no. I need to see how it is when it's, yeah, when it's at a proper lighter color. I think that's pretty alright.
Oh, I see myself using this so often. I've got some friends who draw that expression out of me. Wow, and the chat just goes dead silent as I admit that. Thanks, guys. No, it's good to know you have my back. We can totally joke around about things.
I think everyone's just resting for now.
Yeah. The vast majority of the time, my chat
Was I
tends to be pretty
supposed to say
lurker-centric.
something?
Oh, no,
Lord.
I'm not criticizing the chat. I'm criticizing the people in this. I expect better of you.
I
Well,
am focusing
okay.
on drawing the shit that you're paying me to do.
I would react, but
Yeah, you've
I
got
also
legit
have to
reason,
I also have to finish this last academic paper, and for some reason, I'm finding it hard to relate the disinformation of politics with contemporary romance. So you gotta give me some breathing room here.
I mean, the disinformation of politics is inherently linked to modern romance, though. Like, the very concept of romance has been politicized over the course of the last several years, and becomes increasingly so as time goes by.
I suppose. That's actually not a bad way to go at it. Thank you for that. Okay, I might actually go at it from that angle.
I'd be delighted if you did. Please let me know once you've finished it, because it sounds like a good read.
Oh. It is it is 5 pages of just technical jargon and me describing a video of a very beautiful Asian woman criticizing contemporary romance novels as being nothing more than derivatives of that one picture from Camila Cabello and Shawn Mendes is not very interesting. I will say that.
I don't know, Bark. That sounds like the kind of stuff that, like, fills up my YouTube feed, because I don't have nearly enough lesbian stuff going on in my YouTube feed.
God, is that ever a fucking mood?
I mean, it'd be
Yeah.
more of a fucking mood if it were actually lesbians. And but, you know, we work with what we were given.
I don't have a lot of pro-feminist role models that are influencers, and I'm trying to find them, but there's not a lot of them.
Okay. Lindsay Ellis, Sarah Zed.
Already, I think I'm already subscribed to Lindsay Ellis.
Yeah, well, I would hope so. Lacey Green,
Lacey.
Leci Green. What she did was actually really cool, because this was back in the mid-2000s when there wasn't necessarily anyone else like this. She did a series of sex education videos that were aimed, I mean, she'd intended to aim them at people in their late teens, early 20s, and actually hit, like, the 12 to 14 range. The exact range that is horribly neglected by sex education in many cultures.
Mm-hmm.
And so, essentially, she did this whole public service of providing information that people need about their bodies, about how they work. And
She hasn't posted
it did
in
so
8
in a
months.
way that was engaging and entertaining rather than being preachy or textbookish. So if you haven't seen her work yet, I strongly recommend you look into it, especially if you're looking for good examples of female feminist writers on YouTube.
I'll keep this on my news feed, but I don't think I'm gonna subscribe just because she hasn't posted the video in 8 months.
Oh
Even
yeah,
though
no,
her-
she basically finished her series on this after several years of doing it consistently.
Yeah, no,
So,
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll keep it on my news feed, but I don't think I'm gonna subscribe.
Yeah, let's see, who else? Philosophy Tube would be another good one. Her later stuff, the stuff since she came out, was that would definitely qualify at that point.
Mhm.
ContraPoints would also count. I don't know if she's still doing stuff or not, but her stuff was particularly noteworthy because it tended to convert radical extreme right-leaning people into a more moderate or even in some cases more liberal stance.
Why are all these cool people not posting? You fuckers, please. No.
I mean, the last 10 years have happened, Bartender. They've made a lot of content. It's okay after a certain point to retire.
I guess I
Let's see here. So, I mean, those are the ones that I think of first because they've been influences on me. There's another one who is actually frequently posting. Jessie Gender, I think it is.
Yes! Love her!
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Jessie Gender would be one of the more modern ones. Cat Black is also one. Particularly helpful because she's also black. So it black trans woman. Let's see, who else do we got?
Before we continue with that, Selene. all due respect. How do you like this? Because I think this is where I'm gonna finish. If you're okay with this, I think this is where I'm going to finish up the stream for tonight.
Yeah, I kind of hate to say this, but the forearm
Spooky
looks a
text
little
to
bit
speech
thick.
noises.
A little bit big?
Thick.
A little bit thick.
Like, yeah, like your x-axis seems to be flaring just a little bit too much on the forearm portion. So like between the wrist and right above the elbow, I don't know if you need to elongate that more or if you need to like squish it in a little bit, but or maybe emphasize some of the wrinkles on there a bit more. But as it stands, it looks kind of like a squished water bottle.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I have to finish Elden. I haven't finished Elden Ring. Should really do that.
I haven't purchased Elden Ring yet.
Oh,
I should probably do that at some point.
wait for the New Year sale. The Christmas sale.
I would not mess with the straight side. I would mess with the outer side.
Okay. I will just kind of simplify the curve, then just...
Yeah, that looks quite a bit better there. That definitely looks a lot closer, yeah.
Because I was trying to make the sleeve a little more baggy looking, just because that's how I tend to do my sleeves, because the hoodie, the two-layer shirt is meant to look kind of oversized, like an oversized hoodie.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but because of the rendering style that you're using, it instead looks like you had some kind of weird puff sleeve going on.
Fair.
Whereas this looks a lot more... This looks a lot closer to what I would expect for a cel-shaded image.
Okay.
The other thing I would do is enhance the shading on the sleeve just a little bit. The inside would probably have a bit more shadow with where everything else is.
Funny you mentioned that, because I did not pull a color for the shadow on the sleeve. So I'm gonna have to add that over and then remake the lining just a bit.
It's a little though. I mean, this is very close, and you've done a wonderful job with it.
Well, thank you.
I remember we originally did this to be a smug style sipping, and the shocked sipping does feel just a little bit more like what I actually need.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the one that I wanted, but boy, is it the one I need. Thank you.
Thank you, bartender.
It's what it do.
Here is another reminder
How
for
long ago
everyone
did
that
Zelda
you're
send
all
those spooky
amazing people,
text-to-speech
adorable
noises?
beans, and a bunch of cuties.
Wait, what was that? Because Zelda was just saying that we're all a bunch of wonderful people and a bunch of cuties.
Well,
Thank
Zelda, you amazing person, adorable bean, absolute cutie, and rare delight to have within our chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. You did a
Thank you,
good
Zelda.
job. Anyway, but yeah, thank you, bartender. The expression change is one that I'm very happy with. So,
No problem.
good call.
What is that emote? That is actually a very cute emote. Nyekom Cozy. Nyekome. That is a cute ass emote. No following for that. Are they streaming? They are not. The comfiest cat boy. Oh. Cat boy. Never been fond of that. Well, that stereotype. Well, not stereotype, but that kind of visual anyway.
That
Why is that?
aesthetic?
Yeah. Catboy is just, I don't know. There's something about it I really don't like. Maybe it's the cat thing.
You're more of a dog person, aren't you?
My mask is a dog. I introduce myself as the dog of the bar, and I always say it's your favorite host, your favorite bartender with a dog mask. Do you think I'm a dog person? Yeah.
No, you seem
Bartender,
like a
would you
ferret
me-
person.
Bartender, would you like me to DM you some of the different feminist voices that I've got on YouTube, or is that
Yes,
something that won't be
please.
helpful? Okay,
Yes, please.
cool. Yeah,
Especially if they're it will be better, like, don't share all that you can because I love following them, but I have a preference for straight male feminists just because I obviously, as a straight guy, it's good to just relate to them for their views, but it doesn't have to be, because
Yeah.
it's very difficult. Like, obviously you can find a lot of women and a lot of people that are like have very nuanced views on feminism, but I just think it's very weird that there's very few straight male influencers that are really like outspoken pro feminism. There's like The Rock.
There's one that comes to my mind, one topic at a time.
One topic at a time.
Yes, I just sent you a link to his page. He is straight, he is guy, and his stuff is just absolutely fantastic. A fair amount of it is actually going through like Reddit memes and just giving voice to a lot of this stuff and going, yeah, this is how we guy.
The first video I see is him ragging on transphobes and complaining about the Blair Witch Project. Hell fucking yeah, baby. This is my kind of dude. Hell yeah.
Yeah, him and he's got a few people he collaborates with. Are you familiar with Jammy Dodger?
Jammy Dodger. No, I can't say I am. Let me check.
Okay, he's not technically straight,
It's okay.
but he's good stuff too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
This-
sorry,
this so
Road.
many-
Is there anything else you need from me while I'm just like nerding out with bartender?
Finally,
Oh,
many
good.
pro
Let me-
feminist fucking YouTubers.
Because I'm doing like a quick experiment to see how well I can get like my facial hair. Yeah, little subtle bit there. I think that helps. But yeah, what do you think of this? At least in like full view.
Oh, that is Terrified Road in all his glory.
Oh,
That is
no.
the road that I cannot cause. and the Lexi that I cannot help causing.
Oh, dude, one topic at a time, just making fun of
Alright.
artist traits. Okay, hell
And
yeah.
let
I
me
love that subreddit.
also do the thing to where I will crop this into like a tiny size, take a screenshot of it for you, send it in DMs to see if it fits for you for being a little emote.
Dance.
Oh.
Excuse me.
There we go. Alright. Yay or
Don't
nay?
think I've ever been hit with a single short ad before. Pretty odd.
You
Oh.
know, I think that'll do nicely.
Yay!
I like the sweat drop that you added in. It really underscores the emotion for how small everything
I
is.
can't fucking criticize it from the stream because God forbid Twitch has an actual working fucking algorithm and compression and streaming.
All
Well,
right.
I tell you what, Road, are you interested in adding these to yours as well?
I might, honestly. Especially the one with me being freaked the fuck out.
Alright, so people who are interested in joining in on Road's Discord, not that I'm jumping the gun on this, should be able to see what we've got going on there. So once Road gets that uploaded, it should be available for people to use. If you've got Nitro, you'll definitely be able to use it everywhere. If I can ever figure out how to get the Discord and Twitch integration working with Road, people who are subscribed to Road can use it regardless of Nitro.
Wish I was cool enough to join the Discord.
Zelda, you are in the Discord, therefore you are cool. Bap.
It's true. Oh, and
Wait.
of course, Bartender throws it in after.
I wish to God. Like, the amount of money that Amazon has, you would think that they'd hire either more engineers or better engineers that it can at least, like, put proper bit rates on the stream as well as have, like, good UX experience, but surprisingly, they don't.
It might be more my end, because, like, I've been regularly trying to experiment of, like, how much of bit rates my internet and my streams can be able to handle. So mine are like 4,500 megabits for my bitrate right now, and normally, because my highest setting is like for 720 pixel 60 FPS.
What's the recommended settings for
Quick
Twitch?
question
on
before
that?
stream
It depends on like just it really depends on like how strong your computer is. Also, what's your question, Zelda?
Road, have I had you raid Mega 9 before?
No, I do not believe so. That name does not sound familiar.
Yeah, 4,500 kilobits is recommended, but it's even
Does
better
anyone
to
have
stream
any
at
tips
6,000
on
kilobits.
moderating
Although
a
you should be
Discord
pretty
server?
okay with 4,500 kilobits.
Oh,
So it's literally just. Yeah.
does anyone have any good tips on moderating a Discord server? Well, all of us have experience with moderation to some degree. So, who wants to give some advice first?
I'm sorry, what is the question again?
Zelda is asking, what are some good tips for moderating a Discord server?
First and foremost, I would contact someone that you trust who has moderator experience. Primarily, one of the biggest things I like to tell people when starting off, depending on how large your server is going to be, always prepare to have some sort of level of security, such as a reactive. In order to join said server, all channels are going to be locked until you react to a reactive post. Say your rules and terms of service. By doing this, it prevents you from getting hijacked or bot attacked. Because I have a few friends who are consistently being bot attacked and just spammed in every channel and adding everyone. It is terrible. In order to prevent that sort of inconvenience and bad experience for your members, definitely want to look into getting your channels basically locked and only accessible to new members that react to your rules. It takes some time to create a team of moderators and admins. I recommend if you're starting off with a new server, just have one person that is able to help lay out the ground rules with you. Definitely sit down, figure out what kind of server are you trying to create, what kind of atmosphere you're going for, what kind of ambiance and social circle you're trying to go for, so that way people have a better understanding of what they're signing up for. And I would say like those are my best pointers.
For me, I would say when you're moderating, just be sure that you are communicating with your fellow moderators and admins, like everyone. Like, just because you've been, if you're moderating for yourself, or like if you're the owner of a server, like, be open to collaboration. Like, even if you feel like you know what's best for like your community, it's still good to listen to other people's perspectives, because you have other people who have their own experiences, their own perspectives, and even if they may sound a little outlandish from time to time, or sometimes may come from an experience that may be outside of what you think may be connected, there are ways that experiences can be connected and brought together and empathized with to bring a good conclusion.
Both solid advice. I guess my experience has mostly been with smaller Discords, people who are just starting out, rather than people who have a medium to large community surrounding them. And in my experience, one of the most important things you can do early on, if the community is still small, is make sure to be present, to post, and to respond to people who start posting in the channel. I know that in a lot of the channels I'm in, there's not a lot of activity going on, but the ones that tend to be more active usually have at least one or two moderators who are the ones who really kind of keep the conversation going, help people feel welcome as they come in, and help actually encourage people to be present and to feel like they're part of things. That kind of encouragement goes a long way toward helping the community to open up and feel more vibrant. And I don't even always do a very good job of this. My work gets in the way, my own attention issues get in the way. So it's something that I value, and more so because I'm not always able to do it myself.
Yeah.
Bartender, you got anything for us?
Nah, I haven't really moderated. I think the best tip I can just give is be specific in your rules, understand what you're making when you're going into a server, but at the same time have honesty and decency when interacting with someone that might be eschewing the rules in some way, because it might just be an honest mistake. If it's not, and it's out of malice, and they're just trying to gaslight you into thinking that it's not, then by all means, like, ban them. They don't deserve to be in your community. But some people are just like, what I'm saying is, like, very easily just try and give a chance. Some people just really fuck up and they don't mean to, and they're trying to do better. Yeah. That's it. Like, no, be specific in your rules, have a heart, and always don't just like go hard on the ban hammer. Try to talk to people, at least.
Yeah.
Once they take advantage of you, then go right ahead. That's it.
I guess that's it then? So
I mean, that's what I got.
yeah. Alright, so I guess that's the point where we're gonna be ending stream. Let's start going through our little outro spiel. If this stream and anything that you've seen this week has been intriguing to you and you want to see more, please feel free to check out the Twitter where you can keep updates on my schedule. If you don't want to deal with a dumpster fire, feel free to jump in the Discord server where I also post my schedules and also give updates
Thanks
on
for the
any
stream, Rogue.
changes
It's
to
always
the
nice seeing
to the
everyone.
schedule and whatnot. If you want to see any videos and VODs from the past that you didn't have enough time to get to, feel free to check out the YouTube where like everything's being archived. If you want to tip me for anything like that, you can either commission me and do some donations over on my Coffee, or you can tip me via Streamlabs. Let's get the raid message out, and let's start working on the subscriber version, which, do remember that I do have a milestone. When I get to 15 subs, I am planning to want to have a collaborative VR chat, try not to laugh video going on, ideally either every month or every 2 months. So if that's something that you guys are curious about, like, you can do that. So let's get that. There we go. Alright, and then now I need to find the person's name again. There we go. So let's raid out to Mega9. I really do want to thank everyone that has hopped over. Actually, before I officially start the raid, let me do another shout out for Bark and Lexi. Wait, dadgummit.
Sorry, what? Why did you call my name?
Because I'm trying to shout you out, but is your thing the bartender?
The bartender, I
okay.
think, yeah.
Yeah, that's where I derped. There we go. There's your face. Alright. And Selene, thank you so much for the help with that. Alright, so let's get the raid officially going.
Yeah.
And let me double check that I spelled the person's name right.
I can't wait to like.
Should be playing Guild War 2s. The profile pic has a cyberpunk
Okay.
person on it.
Wait, who are you rating? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, we are raiding out to Mega9. Alright,
Mega?
so thanks so much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. It's
Yay.
been lovely to have you all here.
Do know that
Thanks
while
everyone
this is
for
the
joining.
end of stream, this is not the end of our time together, as the road to dusk will always be open for another adventure. Please enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is in your time zone, as we say, bye-bye!
Bye bye.